Okay, what's up, party people? I hope that you're doing so well. It's Lisa. Thanks for hanging out at Moon Sun with me. We're gonna do an all signs today. This is another topic that you guys voted on. If you want to vote on the potential topics that land outside of the normal ones that I always do, like the messages you most need to hear, you and them, your truth, their truth, and the truth, and all of those, then just make sure to check my community tab because I post these polls all the time. This lacy bra just really wants to be seen. It's like, I demand my spotlight moment. Okay, there we go. So I hope that you guys are all doing well. And yes, so we're going to look at the main block or blocks, if there's more than one, between you and the love that you most deserve, and then how we can remove them. What is up, I am? What's up, hooks? How are you guys doing? Thanks for being here and hanging out with me. Yeah, so this is one of the topics that you guys requested that I'm getting around to now. So as well, if you have a topic that is not listed in the poll that you got a hankering for, you got a craving for, then feel free to leave that input or recommendation in the comment section, or the comment section of any of my videos, and I will try to get to that for you, okay? So, yes, we made it. I'm not gonna lie, it is Crampsville, City of Lisa, or Population Lisa up in here today. Hi, bestie. So we're gonna power through and just do the best that we could do. So bear with me, please. I have my painkillers, which I will be taking sporadically. What's up, Lindsay? Because the first day is always just like, I would rather be dead. I would rather be dead, but I didn't want to cancel on you. So, this might be a 420 friendly stream. This might be me taking a lot of painkillers. What's up, Tequila Sheila? How are you, my love? All right. So, everybody that I spoke to about the energies of this last Taurus full moon that we just had 2 days ago on the 15th, mentioned something about feeling some kind of heavy energies, or just like, I don't know, it feels heavy karmically, it feels a little bit dense. Some people were triggered and working through some things. I don't know if that has to do with just the full moon or if it is a combination of Pluto being in the final little, of Capricorn and just being super extra intense, or the end of Scorpio season just closing out right at that same time. So there was kind of a lot of intense things happening simultaneously. Yeah, you guys were feeling that. Oh, thanks for the love, Linz. I'm excited to do your personal reading, by the way. So I thought that I would just, I have been doing this at the beginning of the all signs lately, but I'm just going to take an extra moment to ground and cleanse the energy. Yes, we have a Mercury retrograde quickly approaching. I believe that we are in the part of that as well right now. So some people will be feeling the energies already, especially if you are an extra sensitive, energetic baby like me. So I'm just going to take a moment. I have a candle that I'm going to dress with you guys. You heard that's going to be a mess. Usually is. It usually is. It kind of depends where each Mercury retrograde is hitting in your personal chart, and then also the other transits that are happening around it. Yeah, I feel ya. It's been a doozy of the past 3 months. Actually, the beginning of this year has been, or the beginning of this year was intense, but then also basically just all of 2024 was a shit show, you guys. So we're making it through. We're doing our best. We're holding strong on that positive vibe the best that we can. And I am here to assist in that. If I can as well go through the shit show with you, then cover some of the trauma with humor, then I'm just kidding. But yes, we can go through it together. We can hold hands and skip through the shit show, and that is better than stumbling through it on your own. You're optimistic. Good. Well, optimistic will get you a long way. What's up, Haley? You've been awakened 3 months ago, and in the past you were naive. Yeah, that happens in levels. So prepare for more of those things to happen. I had like a new level of awakening and triggering that happened with this Taurus full moon. And it hit me in an area where it was in my 7th house. So it was my 1st and 7th house axis because I'm a Scorpio rising. So it was a lot of stuff about like, how do you self-sabotage your relationships? And you haven't seen yourself doing it. It's been totally subconscious. Isn't that comfortable to look at? And I'm like, so anyway, yeah, I feel your pain if you have been kind of feeling like you're going through it. I'm sending you a lot of love and you'll make it. I have faith in you, okay? Okay, but yeah, kind of the process of becoming wise is just constantly being reminded of how naive you are, no matter how many level ups you have. This is what I've realized. It's like, enlightenment. And then spirit is like, no, you got another step towards it. You know what I mean? Okay, so your 1st house is going to be what sign your rising is. And then it's going to go around starting with that. So there are free websites where you can look at your astrological chart just by putting your birth time and place information in. Astro.com or cafeastrology.com. But yeah, and then you'll be able to see one house will be ruled by each of the signs of the zodiac. And so where is this Mercury retrograde happening? What sign is it happening in? Do you guys know? I'm not entirely sure about that. But yes, so whatever sign this Mercury retrograde is taking place in, look at what house in your personal chart is ruled by that sign, and that's where you'll be impacted. So the themes of that house... Capricorn. Okay. It's Capricorn rising, or it's Capricorn that is, what are you talking about? Is your rising Capricorn, or is the Mercury retrograde happening in Capricorn? But yeah, take a look at your chart regardless. Find the sign that the Mercury retrograde is taking place in, and then that house is sort of the area of your life that will be impacted. All right, so that being said, let's get started with a little bit of a cleanse and some intention setting and just vibes. Okay. Our resident astrologer is not here, Shauna. She is usually the one that I'm like, Shauna, is there a transit that's happening that's making me feel this way? And she's like, yes. Allow me to tell you why you're not just completely losing your mind. And I'm like, oh, good. It's in Sag. Okay. Yeah. So that's my 2nd house. Thank you, Haley. Okay, so yeah, super chats are open. They will be at the end of the reading. And I will timestamp them for you. And then also I will timestamp the all of the signs when I'm starting. I tend to just really take my time, flow with spirit and my gifts, and not try to like box them in too much. Just trust that the message is going to come through the way that it is meant to come through. So if you are on the more impatient side of things, then you might want to come back, and there will be timestamps so you can just skip directly to where you want to go. But during this reading, there will be gifs up in this corner that say the name of the sign that we are on. So you can check that if you're coming in while I am live. You can also ask me what the timestamp is when you come in for a particular placement if I've already passed that sign, because I will be taking note of the timestamps on my little paper here, okay? So I'll have them in front of me. So if you come in and you're like, when did Taurus actually start? You can just write that in the chat and I'll try to answer you, okay? All right. I don't read for any particular placement, so you can watch your sun, moon, rising, Venus, stellium, whatever it is that you resonate strongly with in your own chart in terms of energy. Feel free to watch whatever you feel called to. And you can cross watch for people that you care about as well, with the intention of seeing maybe where they are most blocked in love, to get more insight on that. Keep in mind though, that if you're cross watching for someone else, it may not resonate because we're not connecting directly to their energy. So just just basically you have to use your intuition, whether or not it's going to manifest, whether or not it's going to be the truth, okay? Weird. So I have some Paulo here. Okay, let me timestamp this so that I don't forget this cleansy, groundy time here that we're sharing. So yeah, with this, I'm just kind of gonna brush through your energy with this Paulo and this smoke. And I'm just going to try to clear out anything that feels a little bit heavy or just more dense than it needs to be. I'm going to focus on the crown and then go down to your root and just kind of bring, no, they're saying to start at the root. So bring the grounded energy up. So some of you might not be feeling super grounded at this time. And then I'm just gonna write a couple Reiki symbols in the energy as well for you to basically just symbols. These are just symbols or sigils that have been used so much over time that they have power kind of and intention imbued into them. And so we use them to ground the energy, to cleanse the energy, to call our connection to the divine in, and fun things like that. Okay. I'm feeling a little bit of congestion around your heart chakra a little bit here. So for some of you, some Taurian, Venusian themes maybe came up around this moon. So maybe your heart is being a little bit, I don't know, challenged perhaps. Give me 1 second here to get that back there. Okay, let's see. Let's work on this next. Yeah, a lot of people I feel like are, how do I say? It's like they're getting to know themselves better, and then by extension, we are understanding how we function within relationships or connections, right? The more you know, the more you know. The more you can apply that knowledge to other areas of your life, right? Your heart has been challenged, yeah. Well, Taurus will still rule one of your houses, so it would impact that area of your life, even if you don't have a personal placement there. So that might be something you want to check in on. But I have this dragon's blood incense which smells amazing. So I'm just gonna first run it through a little bit, all the way down. So these sigils are not hurting you at all. What's up, Gayatri? Gayatri? How are you? I'm sorry, I'm the worst possibly at looking at words and then being able to sound them out. It has been a problem when I've tried to learn new languages. It's like my brain is not built this way naturally. But I appreciate you being here from India. That's amazing. Hey, what's up, Veronica? Slay, she's early. We haven't even really started the reading yet. Okay. So there's one sigil that is really about emotional balancing, and I'm going to just take a second to write that into your heart chakra and focus some energy there, okay, so that you can clear or just find some stabilization and groundedness if you're feeling a little emotionally like turbulent, you know. Something that gets overlooked, I feel like, quite frequently with Taurian energy is that they do share that kind of like intensity with Scorpio, their sister sign. And sometimes that can definitely be like emotional intensity. Okay, that feels good. So we'll just bring a little bit of balance to that area. I don't really want this to keep on burning. Because we're gonna light a candle together. Okay. So you need to take a nap after the Taurus reading. You nap away, my Taurus friend. All right. So I have this vanilla soy candle here. You have Scorpio 4 times in your chart, and it's your sun sign. Yeah. I'm Scorpio rising and Pluto with Pluto conjunct on my ascendant. So then I also have my moon and Chiron in the 8th house. So I feel you. I feels ya. Okay. This is, looks like it was burned maybe very briefly. But it's basically fresh for us. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just dress this candle, which is essentially take a couple little ingredients and put them on top of there to essentially set an intention here to bring certain energies in as this candle burns for us, okay? So because we're feeling some Taurian energy, I'm gonna put some rose petals to bring in some heart healing and some beauty. Because we have been feeling a little bit of heavier, denser energy, I'm going to put some mugwort in there for a little bit of extra grounding and protection. And then for some extra peacefulness, we're going to put some lavender. Okay? You have Scorpio and Pluto too. Pick my brain anytime, darling. I love talking to Scorpio placement people. I'm like, you just get it. You just get it. All right. So, let's see. Let's put some lavender in there first. So it's just going to be a little pinch of this. You don't need that much. But with intention, it's not really about how much you use. It's more about layering your intention. So every ingredient that we put in makes our overall intention stronger. So we've got some lavender in there. We are a badass generation. Learned how to be badass through trauma, but you know, badass nonetheless. Your Leo sun is in the 8th house. Ooh, nice. I love Leos as well. Okay, so we've got some of this mugwort, which is very good for grounding and protection. We don't need that much of that. It's pretty potent. And lastly, some rose petals. Okay. Okay, looks cute. Looking cute in there. So I'm gonna just give you a second here to focus on the flame as well and practice some tradika, which is just the practice of flame gazing, candle gazing. It basically gets you into a meditative and calm state quite quickly. So if you want to focus on connecting, mugwort does sound like a Harry Potter thing. If you want to focus on connecting to this candle and sending some of your personal intentions to it, as long as they are aligned with the highest and best good of all, then those intentions will be honored by the candle, okay? Oh, I forgot. I was also going to put in a little bit of lotus flower. This is very much, as you could guess, it's lotus, right? So it is about that rebirth. It is about that climbing your way up through the mud, right? But then getting to the top and blooming into something beautiful, which is the ultimate goal for us. So let's take a petal, just one petal, and let's put this in there too. Okay, lotus is very powerful. So we'll just scrunch that up a little bit. Put that in as well. All right. Beautiful, darlings. So if you just want, yeah, apparently it is good as tea. I haven't had it as tea yet. If you want to focus on this little flame here, this little transmutation tool, you can send any energy. Just picture any energies that are dense or heavy or that you're ready to transmute or release. What you can do is kind of just picture them however you want, sending them into this little flame, okay? Veronica's just, she came in 0 to 60. She's here. She's bringing the life and the party, you guys. I'm here for it personally. All right. So feel free to just take a second to really tap into the energy. Open your energy up to me so that I can more easily connect and bring through the messages that you need most, that will be the most helpful to you. And I'm gonna leave this cute little guy burning back here where you can see it. Okay, so yeah, little guy, he's in there. He's doing his thing. So if you have anything that you want to send through there, a manifestation, you know, anything you want to get rid of, whatever, it will be there, okay? All right, my beautiful loves, let's get it poppin'. Let's get it poppin' with Aries as per usual. Where are my fire starters? Aries. So what I'm going to look at for this particular reading, I'm going to look at the love that you desire, because there are a million different kinds of loves and way to experience love, right? And people crave different kinds of love. People search for different kinds of love, and different types of love will fit with different people, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to determine, first of all, what is your most desired love at this time? What does that kind of look like? And then I'm going to see where your current energy is. And then we'll see what the most prominent block or blocks are and how you can best remove them. Okay, so we'll get a little context first, and then we'll dive into the blocks. La blocks, okay? That's the plan. So like I said, we're starting with Aries. There he goes. So you'll be able to see here where we're at, okay? Any information also you might need about me is probably in the info box down below. There is a 25% off sale on all of my personal readings through Etsy until the end of this month, so you can check that out if you would like. We have a Discord server where people hang, talk more about the weird sort of Twilight Zone-y experiences that we have along this spiritual journey. So you're welcome to join that too. It's free to join. Okay. We'll use this deck for you, Aries. I'm going to mix some Oracle with the Tarot as well, just to get more in depth. You can't wait for Scorpio. Yes. We love our Scorpio vibes. Aries moon. Okay. What do you got here, Spirit? What messages need to be or would be most beneficial for Aries surrounding this topic of the blocks they might be experiencing in love? Okay. All right. Aries. Yes, Aries. Okay. I love this already. This Aries current energy. Okay. Aries. What is the most prominent block or blocks? Okay. I'm going to push this back just a little bit here as well. My computer, just so that I can have a little more space on the table. If that's all right with you guys. You okay not being quite as close? Okay. So, let's get some oracle cards to go with this. Yeah, that's better. That's how I want it to be laid out. Right there. Okay. Just bear with me, you guys, while I get into my flow. Aries is always a bit of a gong show. Okay. Get some oracle cards. For Aries, what do we want to clarify here? Okay, tell me about this block or blocks here. Not sure where Luna is, but she should be coming in soon. Okay. This is such an Aries reading. Oh, Lord. Okay. I love you. I have Venus in Aries and Jupiter, so yes, yes. Let me try to move my coffee out of the way a little bit more. Okay. Okay, Aries, let's get into this. What is up, my Martian beauties? I hope that you're doing well, Aries. Let's get into this and see what's going on for you here. Nice. Okay. I'll be your background noise while you do your chores. Okay. So, Aries. The desired love, the love that you are specifically kind of looking to call in at this time, you got the sun. I mean, it is nothing to huff at, you know, it's looking pretty beautiful. You are definitely not dreaming small. You're aiming for, you know, you're shooting for the stars here. You're like, this is very Aries. You're like, I want it all. What's up, Obsidian? Yeah, you're like, I want it all or nothing. It needs to burn with the glorious fire of 1,000 suns, or else it's not passionate enough for me, you know? And to me, this is very Aries, right? It's very you. You yourself have a very big energy, and Aries loves very, very hard. So I'm not surprised to see the sun here. So tell me more. Tequila. She's doing it right. She's just sitting on the couch. Tell me about the sun. Tell me more about this love that Aries is specifically desiring. You want someone as well that warms your life, the kind of love that warms your life. You might not necessarily even be looking for specifically someone that brings like a lot of, with the 10 of Pentacles in reverse and the Fool, this is Uranus energy. It's kind of like fiery, unexpected, makes you feel alive kind of vibes, right? So you want something that feels good, and you're not so focused, I don't feel like, on like, oh, well, how much do they make, you know, or how much money do they make, or is their job, you know, it's not to say that you're not practical, but your top priority in the love that you're seeking, I think, is that it brings warmth and joy to your life and overall enriches your existence, the Sun and the Fool. You want something that excites you. You want something that feels passionate. You want something that fits into the life that you've already created, it feels like. So you could already have a substantial, like, foundation for your life that's already built, right? Because I see that you're not looking for that in someone else, and I think that's really healthy. It's like you're not looking for someone to complete you. You're looking for the cherry on top, but you're also not just wanting someone to come in to your life and be like, well, can you fit into my established life while I change nothing? It's like you're almost willing to take a chance here to leap out into something if it feels like this, is what I'm seeing. You're willing to take the chance. The High Priestess is here. You just want to feel intuitively as well that it is correct. So your current energy, is the Five of Wands. Okay. And you got this oracle card of the Anarchist. That came out to clarify. It did come out in reverse, and this is kind of like a spin-off or making fun of the Fool card, but it's called the Anarchist here. So you have the Anarchist with the Five of Wands, but this did come out in reverse again. So with anarchy, it's like the only rule is there are no rules. Think like Fight Club vibes, right? But with the Anarchist in reverse, it's like, I definitely do have rules and standards and things that you need to fit into, kind of. They might be kind of a little bit, well, with the Five of Wands, it's like you're not afraid to fight a little bit. You're not afraid of a little bit of conflict. And it's interesting because it's like you're pushing for change, but at the same time, you have these I'm getting kind of rigid rules that you've set for yourself, maybe as like safety mechanisms or ways of controlling love because you've been hurt in the past. So you might have, like, what would be an example of this would be like, the person needs to have a set of specific like traits that make you feel safe or that you are used to experiencing in someone. Something like that. It doesn't have to be exactly that, but there's something that you have that you're kind of holding to. But I feel like it's creating a little bit of internal conflict within you right now. I feel like it's being challenged. It's okay, obviously, to have standards in love. You need to have standards in love. But when we go into it with our own set of like very rigid rules or structures, it just limits a little bit or a lot, depending on what those structures are. So I don't know what that is for you, but I'm going to clarify a little bit more. But with the Five of Wands, yeah, it's like you're like, I'm seeking joy, but I'm up in arms, you know? A little bit of a defensive energy, even though what you are looking for is something that you don't need to be defensive against. So the only thing that is kind of like, you might be undoing the work that you're doing to manifest this love in, because what you're asking for and then your current stance are butting heads, directly butting heads. I feel like there's a level of just being like, fuck it, you know, and just going all in, which basically is what always has to happen with love, you know. If it's not all in, it's not really love. If you're holding some of your heart back, then it's not unconditional love, right? Where is this Five of Wands stemming from? So you could be currently talking to someone that you're trying to establish a connection with, but it's a little bit rocky, or the two of you have come up against some areas where maybe you don't see things exactly the same, or there needs to be more discussion about what you are truly trying to work towards, and maybe even what you've experienced in the past and why you have your guard up a little bit, because I'm not saying at all that it is not warranted, you know. Yeah, people get into these energies for a reason where they're a little bit questionable or defensive, right? But that might be something you either need to look at more clearly or something that you need to communicate more with somebody else. What's up, Shauna? How are you doing, my love? Okay, tell me more about this Five of Wands and what is kind of causing it. It almost feels like you were very open, like anything goes, like, woo, love is a battlefield, and I'm willing to get a little blood on my, you know, a little blood on the ground here for if it means that I'm going to be, if it means that I'm gonna get the sun, then it's something that I'll fight for. It's something that, you know, I will wear my heart on my sleeve. I will face, I'll face the internal conflict. I'll look at what is cropping up inside of me as a trigger, and I will face that so that I can be open to receiving what I know I truly desire. But there could have been something that threw a wrench in those plans for you at some point here and caused a little bit of like a, oh, this is Five of Wands. Where is it coming from primarily? The Ten of Cups in reverse, the Empress in reverse, the Three of Swords. Okay. The Ace of Swords in reverse with the King of Wands in reverse behind that. All right. So it looks like at one point in time you had a very strong certainty that something or someone was exactly what you wanted. Your card is the Emperor in the Major Arcana, so this would be like your perfect match. And the Emperor and Empress are not gender specific, okay? It's just an archetype of energy, but they are a perfect match. They are equals. And so therefore when they come together, they have a high potential of creating a highly like balanced, complementary and fulfilling relationship that can last long term. But there was something that happened that triggered you or that caused you some pain that I feel like made you think sort of differently about the situation. And specifically, someone may have been open to you and then closed down to you a little bit, and this caused you pain. But I think that you ran with that a little bit, and you were like, there's only pain to be experienced in this situation. Like, because this happened once, that's the way it's going to be moving forwards. Essentially, you took one situation, if this is your reading, and if it's not, then just watch your other placements, right? But you took one disappointment and you blew it up and ran with it is what I'm seeing, but it's a lie. And it's actually coming from a place of personal insecurity. Because obviously, reality is that just because something happens once, that is no indicator that it's going to happen again and again and again, or that that's going to be the final outcome, right? But I feel like it scared you enough and it kind of struck a sensitive place within you to make you kind of lose some sort of hope that this is as big and as abundant and could be as fulfilling and expansive as it truly can be. So now you're taking this thing that is actually as beautiful and abundant as you originally thought it was, and you're creating quite a bit of conflict and limitation in that opportunity. Okay, this could be reversed as well. This could be someone that you're dealing with, but that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that you basically found the sun. You basically found exactly what it is that you're seeking, or you're on track to it. But something, it's like you hit a snag in something here, and like on your way towards it, and now you are allowing that like little snag to dictate how you move forwards, which is essentially becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you're creating more conflict in the situation while also limiting it, like what it could truly be. So your initial thoughts about this were correct, whatever this is, or whoever this is. And this could be, it might not be another person, right? It might be an experience or an opportunity where you have the ability to expand your own heart space and get closer to the love you deserve as well, right? So that would be something that, like an opportunity or a hobby or a friendship or community, that the more you invest in, you feel your heart softening and opening and becoming more expansive. In other words, your heart in this opportunity is actually breaking open so that you can actually receive the love that you truly desire. But whatever scared you or hurt you a little bit, it's like your focus on that is making that what is expanding right now, and not the actual love and lightness that is available. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so the most prominent block, I feel like we already kind of got into it a little bit, but you have the Two of Wands in reverse and the Five of Pentacles in reverse for the block. And then there's also this clarifying oracle card, which says, I am a part of all that I have met. I am a part of all that I have met. This deck is kind of light, so it's hard to see. I'll get it in there closer for you. Okay. You have this, there's a string of limiting beliefs here, but they're all stemming from personal insecurity a little bit. And that's not an attack on you, by the way. Everybody pretty much does this. It's a way of the ego trying to protect us. But it still doesn't make it true or helpful, you know? So we have to challenge these beliefs that are limiting, right? In order to remind ourselves why we don't need to be suffocated or restricted by them. Because they oftentimes end up stealing from us the very thing that we desire the most if we don't challenge them, right? And it takes a level of bravery to challenge these beliefs. So keep in mind that I'm not trying to make this be like, it's so much easier than it is. I understand the difficulty. But there is a limiting belief where you're on a path, or you've decided that you're on a path of coming in from out of the cold. So you feel like the last situation, or maybe every situation leading up to this, or at least a string of opportunities that you had, took from you. That's the way that I'm getting this coming through. It's like the people or the relationships that you engaged with in the past, you feel as though you left a part of yourself. They took a part of you from you that you kind of are perceiving as never being able to get back, is kind of what I'm seeing. You also feel like you took a part of all those experiences into yourself. But I feel like you're seeing it as like, I am a part of everything that I've experienced, as in I left, like, it's almost like everybody that you loved, it's like they took a spoon and scooped it out of you. And that's kind of what I'm seeing this as. So you're seeing it as like you lost something to the situations that didn't work out. And that will only be true if that's the way that you perceive those experiences, right? You can see things that don't work out as like, wow, that taught me something very valuable. Therefore, I actually gained something. I didn't lose it. Or you can look at it as that took something from me that I'll never get back, in which case moving forwards, you're probably going to be overprotective, and you're probably going to be more withheld and cautious, and maybe even paranoid, depending on where you are on that scale. But I feel like you have this belief that the things in your life that you've given your heart, your time, your energy to in the past, they stole something from you. And now you're on this path where you're like, I have to build myself back up to be whole again. I have to kind of guard myself because I don't want anything else taken from me. But the thing is, right, when you're, how can I say this in a way that is not going to be misunderstood? The constant YouTube struggle. I swear there are just people that just make up their mind that they're going to misunderstand whatever you say. You can't win them all, guys. But essentially it is like, if you decide that you are sovereign over your energy and you are whole and complete within yourself, then you are whole and complete within yourself, and nothing can take anything from you. Because again, you choose to frame situations a certain way where it's not disempowering, like victimizing yourself, like they took something from me and I'm resentful towards them for that, or I have all this regret. It's like instead trying to get to a place where you can actually be grateful for what every situation gave to you, because you know that whatever that lesson and that wisdom was, it got you one step closer to where you ultimately truly want to be. Because getting to that place is a journey, right? It's not just like a snap of the fingers and it's there. So you can look at it whatever way and you'll be more or less empowered and in dominion over your energy, depending on how you choose to frame these things, right? These disappointments or these losses, if you choose to see them that way, then yeah, you're going to feel like something was lost that you then have to gain back, or you have to guard yourself more to ensure that nothing more is taken or lost, right? But you don't have to perceive it that way. So what it is saying here, where can I put my cup where it's not in the way, for how you can remove this block, is taking on the perspective or the action of the Three of Cups and the Six of Pentacles. Okay, this is open-hearted giving, and trusting that what you put out there returns to you. Whether it returns to you directly from the place that you are investing it, or whether it comes back to you another roundabout way, this is essentially believing in the law of karma, the universal law of karma, right? So you get what you give. So when you put out these kind of fearful vibrations, or feeling like there's only so much to go around and things have the power to take from you, then you actually oftentimes attract more of that, just because that's the vibration you're in, not because it's your intention. But when you take on more of this perspective of, there are people around me that care for me, that give to me, and I give to them. There is this kind of cycle. It's not just like a vending machine of people taking from me, but like when I give, that love does come back to me one way or another, and I can trust that. There's also something about investing in relationships that are already that you've already formed with people that have shown up and given to you consistently, because that's going to help you form more trust that may have been lost in the past. So friendships, family, important communities, people who really see and understand you. Give to those connections that make you feel good, and more connections that make you feel good will come towards you. Or you'll have an easier time trusting the ones that are already in front of you, that you are a little bit like skittish to be all in on. That's kind of what I'm seeing for that, okay? So is there anything else you want to tell Aries about this? But essentially, Spirit is saying, yeah, you've got to commit to the unknown, because you can never know for certain if someone's going to end up hurting you. And sometimes people hurt us just by human error, right? It's like no human is perfect. We all have our own traumas, wounding, inner child stuff. Sometimes we get triggered by each other, and we aren't trying to trigger or be triggered by the other person. And then we can act in a way where it's not truly reflective of how we actually feel within our heart. And that's when the limitation comes in, and that's when things get skewed. Because usually when we do get a little more up in arms, we then convince ourselves that, well, I'm up in arms because I have a reason to be up in arms, right? And it's like, is that true? Do you have proof of that? Or are you telling yourself that because you feel like, because you already put yourself in that state and you're just validating it or vindicating it? Do you know what I mean? Justifying it once you're there, but you're really there just out of your own triggers and fears, perhaps. Only you will know that. But there is a level of trust that is needed, that is absolutely imperative and vital to have when you're entering love. You kind of do have to commit to the trust fall, to just leaping out into the unknown and focusing more on, what will this experience be? What will this experience bring? I'm open to the possibility. And if it does end up being a little bit more on the disappointing side, then how can I look at that and not internalize it so much, but try to take something from it? Try to ask yourself, even when it's really hard, and I know sometimes it is really hard to do this, but trying to ask yourself, what did this give me? Because sometimes just doing that is so helpful in kind of shifting your perspective. Or like if someone let you down once or twice, how, like, where on the scale of drama is that? Was it super serious? Was it their intention to hurt or let you down? Or was it more of an innocent mistake? Are they working on changing their behavior? Because the best apology is changed behavior and acknowledgement, right? So are they doing those things? Because love, a big part of love is growing with someone and becoming better beside them, right? So that means discovering along that journey together where the two of you are less than perfect, but still offering each other unconditional love in those places. This is how people grow into the best possible version of themselves, really. We need to have that grace, right, for each other. And I'm not saying give someone grace who is like terrible, toxic, and abusive. No, you got to know the difference. But I am saying that I don't think that what you have in front of you is far off from exactly what you're looking for. I just think you got a little spooked by something and a little bit shut down or a little bit defensive. So maybe try to look at what insecurity got triggered within that. Was it like an abandonment thing? Was it a rejection thing? Was it something specific that someone said or did that you've experienced in the past that led to a very poor outcome, or, you know, in another relationship? Because again, we can't assume that just because something has like one similar trait or something happens once that it's going to continue happening. So I just see that for you, there is a little bit more peeling back the layers of the connection and yourself, to be very real with yourself about what you feel intuitively and what you feel emotionally, because those things will guide you here, okay? Try to get out of your ego or your head space and more into your feminine energy, and I think that you'll see clearly kind of where this particular connection lands on the scale of things. All right? Okay, we're moving on to Taurus. I love you, Aries. I love you. Okay. Taurus. I'm going to use this Spolia deck for you, which is my favorite. Okay. What does Taurus need to know about the current state of their heart and the love they are desiring most, as well as any blocks or resistance that they might have to that love? Yes, it is the bulls' time. Bulls on parade. If you know, then you know. If you don't, then look up the song Bulls on Parade. Let's see. What do we have for Taurus? Okay. Let's get into it here. Yeah, I'm seeing that you guys were affected by Scorpio season, which I feel like you always are. What do we have for Taurus here? Okay. I'm channeling something. Your current energy. Okay. I forget who this quote is by. Let me try to remember it while I pull the rest of the cards. The blocks for Taurus surrounding love. All right. Keep it pushing, babe. You're doing it. You've already picked a path. Okay. You're just being you. I won't use the trigger word of stubborn. You're just being you. Let's see. Is it really stubborn, though, if it's just like, no, I know who I am and what I need, though? I feel like that's just sticking to your standards. Let's see. Sometimes stubbornness is not a bad thing. Keep in mind. Oh, thank God. The cramps are subsiding. The painkillers have kicked in, people. God bless. Okay, let's get you some oracles here. Can you tell me about Taurian's current energy a little bit here towards love or just in general? Okay. All right. Let's see. I think I'm gonna move this. Create more space. Oh my gosh, that's heavy. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Taurus. Hi, Taurus. How are you doing, my loves? I hope you're well. I hope that full moon didn't kick your ass too hard. I hope it was inspiring and motivating, and that whatever needed to be released or dropped was done so with, you know, some semblance of ease and grace for you. We can all hope, right? So let's take a look here. We're going to look at the love you desire first and where your current energy is, where you stand, kind of compared to that, where you want to be. And then we'll look at your block and how to remove it. So the love that you are telling me you desire is the Seven of Swords in reverse. Yeah. Dealt with some deception in the past, huh? A little bit of fuckery in the books for you. You're telling me that you just want a love that is true. You just want someone who is not going to play with you, is not going to lie to you, is not going to conceal how they really feel or who they really are. Hold on, there's a quote. A little less. Yeah, it's by Bukowski, Charles Bukowski. He said, "We don't even ask for happiness, just a little less pain." So that is the quote that came up for me that I was channeling while I was shuffling for you. Or is it? I'll show it to you. We don't even ask for happiness, just a little less pain. Okay. You've experienced some stuff in the past here. People may be treating love like a game of chess, always having a strategy, a hidden strategy with the Seven of Swords. You constantly wondering what someone's going to pull on you next, or really not knowing what to anticipate next. You're telling me that you want something that you can trust, that you know is not going to do that, what has been done to you in the past, essentially. Can you tell me more about that Seven of Swords in reverse for Taurus? I feel like you did get to a place, though, where you maybe got so disappointed that it was kind of like, I'm not even looking for like the biggest, most grandiose version of love necessarily. I would even be happy with just something that doesn't stick a sword in my back, you know? Let's get some more information on that, though, because I do feel like you're aiming higher than that. But that is like the caveat. That's like it can't be fuckery, you know? I won't compromise on that, and you shouldn't. So what's the Seven of Swords in reverse for Taurus? The Chariot. Something that you can confidently wear your heart on your sleeve and move forwards, knowing that that energy, wow, okay, you could be dealing with an Aries or have Aries in your chart somewhere prominently. This is Cancerian and Aries energy here. Aries had the sun for the kind of love that they're seeking. So in the same placement for you. You want something that you feel assured and safe to really like push yourself forwards within, to put the full weight of your emotional willpower and drive yourself forwards with your heart towards something, because you know that you're going to end up in the sun. So you're kind of saying, I want a safe bet, you know? I want a safe bet. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if we ever truly can say that we have a safe bet in love. Love is not necessarily a safe thing. It does require risk, what most people would. And again, it depends on how you're looking at it, how you're looking at like at risk, the concept of risk, and is the juice worth the squeeze, you know? If you never try, then you'll never know, kind of thing. What way is there more potential to lose more? Fucking around and finding out, or never trying, right? Are you more comfortable with an oh well, or a what if forever, right? It's kind of up to you. But I do see that you've kind of had it with people that are not able to be straight up with you about where they're at in love. You want something that you can trust, and you want to end up in the sun, not bewildered and let down. And yeah, Justice in reverse, the Ace of Swords in reverse, the World in reverse. Okay, there's a cycle that you're closing out here. You have a new opportunity that, yeah, is gonna require some courageous action on your behalf if you're gonna reach out and take it. So there's a lie that you're telling yourself, and it's because of a past cycle that you haven't fully closed out yet. And it's kind of like this sense of it's not going to end well for me. You know, it's like you don't feel super confident putting yourself out there in love because you've experienced letdowns and things that are not just like slight letdowns maybe, but things that maybe felt like very heavy Saturnian lessons with the World there in Justice. Things that maybe you're like, I learned that lesson, I'm not repeating that lesson, you know, like I will die before I put myself in that situation again, where somebody or a situation lets me down or deceives and betrays me to that extent, which, you know, I understand for sure. But I think that you are telling yourself here that something, and it might just be like a protection mechanism that makes you feel safer, where you're like, if I'm expecting something to not be fair, then I don't know. It's like you're expecting imbalance, or you're expecting something to not be just or fair. But they're clearly saying that that is part of an unclosed or unfinished lesson or cycle, and it's not the truth. And then it's interesting because you do have a new opportunity. So just looking at the bottom of the deck, you have a divine new opportunity with the Ace of Coins, but it cannot grow to fruition to what it is actually meant to be if you don't actually take the initial leap into it with faith, right? If you never leap, then you'll never know. Again, if you don't take the opportunity, then there's no way to find out that it's everything that you want. But in order to take the opportunity, you have to be in this very like, I am sure of myself, I am confident, no one can F with me, you know? And it's not because you're guarded, it's because you know that you're strong enough to handle. You've survived everything up to this point that you've gone through, even if it was unpleasant, right? Yeah, see, here you are. The Hierophant in reverse with the 10 of Cups. And the Five of Wands, this is the energy that Aries was in surrounding love. You really might have some Aries, or you might be working with an Aries or dealing with an Aries in love. But I'm seeing you as being not totally stabilized in your power right now. And because of that, it's like you're not recognizing something that is being offered to you, I feel like, or is right around the corner. For those of you that this hasn't actually come into your life yet, there is a new opportunity that Spirit wants you to know. For some of you, it's already in your life, and for others, it's coming in the near future. But it's contingent on your energy stabilizing a little bit more. Because it's not up to this opportunity or person to come in and prove itself to you. It's up to you to know that, to be confident entering into a situation, knowing that things always can go one way or the other, and that you're going to be okay either way, right? So I'm not saying that we should give people a hall pass to act stupid or to hurt us, and that we shouldn't maintain healthy standards and boundaries and those types of things. But what I am saying is that you can never really know for sure how something's going to turn out. And so when you enter into something, it shouldn't be like, prove to me that you're never going to hurt me. Prove to me that immediately that I can trust you. Because that's something that needs to be gained and built over time. It's more, do you trust yourself enough to take this new opportunity? Because the Emperor trusts themselves. They know who they are. They know that even if they fall, even if they falter, they're going to get back up and sit on that throne again, and they're just going to do better the next day. You know, they're not going to be destroyed. But I have a feeling that there's a lot more on the line with the 10 of Coins and the 10 of Cups showing up here. There's more to lose here than you might realize by not taking a leap of faith. Okay, so the energy that you are currently in regards to love here, you got the Virgo card with the 2 of Cups. And then this Oracle card here. Okay. So we've got the 2 of Cups, these little cuties hanging out here, being weirdos together. Virgo energy, you might have Virgo in your chart or be dealing with one. And then this is the Oracle card that came out. It's these people in suits kind of all running one way. And then this woman dancing wildly in the opposite direction. I think that you are battling a part of yourself right now. And it's the part that, there are 2 parts that are kind of rubbing up against each other, creating a little tension within you. And this is happening so that you can take note and challenge a part of yourself that wants to evolve. That's what I think. There is a wild, like I said at the beginning, courageous way that you're kind of being called to do something or to put yourself out there. And I think it's that you're being called to move towards a beautiful connection, or even just a state of more singular integration, like independent integration and confidence and assuredness, so that then that is what you're going to call in as well. Someone that's equal and on your level like that. But it's asking you to do something different than the way that you normally do. So again, whether this is already in your life or whether it's something that you're very close to being able to call in, I think that it is kind of at your fingertips. But I think that the part that is being battled against is this element of you that wants to like pick everything apart and refine it, or make it neat and tidy and easily like digestible, or not controllable, but I want to say like manageable. You know what I mean? Like Virgo likes to manage and know that everything is kind of in its place and taken care of, so that it can grow optimally. It's not for negative reasons, but sometimes that Virgo-esque energy can kind of take on a life of its own, and it can refine to the point of tearing something beautiful apart. Do you know what I mean? Like picking something apart rather than just sort of looking at it in order to understand it better. It can go into that realm of like, I'm criticizing it now and I'm not seeing it for what it really is anymore. I'm not seeing either myself or someone else through a lens of, I'm just looking at this so that I can expand, grow, or better this area of myself or this connection. But it kind of shifts into a negative, shadowy place where you're like, now I'm picking apart either myself and the need to change and how uncomfortable I am with that, or how I don't feel like I'm really capable, maybe. Or you're picking someone else apart, right? And it's usually because we're afraid to move forwards. But it's very interesting because a big part of you is in this Two of Cups energy where you see yourself reflected back either in a circumstance, a challenge, or another person. And what you see is meant to be beautiful. It's meant to be inspiring. It's meant to be very pure and kind of lighthearted in nature. It is meant to show you some things about yourself, but not in that heavy kind of way. Okay, so the most prominent block that you're facing right now is the Six of Swords with the Four of Cups in reverse. There is a shift in your headspace that needs to take place, and you're just in the, it's like you're deciding if you're going to change your mind about something. And with the Four of Cups in reverse, it has to do with releasing past disappointment and allowing yourself to maybe be pleasantly surprised, or to at least be open to the idea of being pleasantly surprised, like not just immediately assuming that everyone's going to be the same because that's all you've experienced in the past. And again, I know how easy it is to do that, especially if you have like a string of very similar kinds of relationships or people that you invest in and you're disappointed in the same kind of way consistently. It can be very easy to be like, well, based on my past, like, you know, I've got the data here and on paper, it looks like I should be afraid that this is going to happen again, or that this is the way I'm always going to experience love. But that's not true. So the oracle card that came out to clarify that fear is this song lyrics card. And it says, a disguise. Wear it till I think that it's real. I don't know. You may never know how I feel, but I would like to find another way to find you here. So there is a disguise that you've been wearing for some time, and it could be an armor. It could be to protect yourself. It could be a repressing or a numbing out of a certain part of yourself that you have learned not to trust, like maybe your heart or your intuition, because you feel like it was misguiding in the past and you got hurt. It could be anything. But you've worn this disguise, so to speak, or mask, or you've suppressed some part of yourself that has, in suppressing that part of yourself, has made like your expression more of a, like less completely authentic, if that makes sense. It's been there long enough that you have kind of convinced yourself that it's real, that it's needed. So if you're wearing like armor, it's like you've convinced yourself that that armor is necessary and you can't take it off because then you're vulnerable, right? You might not remember the time that before the armor went on. But this is preventing you from truly expressing the depth of your feelings to someone, I feel like, or it might when this comes in the near future. But again, there's this part of you that very much wants to find a way to meet someone on common ground. That's what I'm seeing here. It's just a transition that is still in motion. And it's like you're running up against a little bit of conflict between two parts of yourself. One that wants to be cautious and pick apart and refine things to the point where, you know, you might miss the beauty and lightness in an opportunity that's being offered to you. And then there's this other part that just wants to play and be free and come out of disappointment of the past and release that fear. And understand that it doesn't have to have any holding on your present moment. So your advice for removing this block is the King of Swords and the High Priestess. it's like follow your heart and what you feel, but take your head with you, you know? Yeah, balance, temperance. There's a balance that needs to be struck between what you feel and what you know. This is discernment, really. Like when we have intuition and what our emotions are telling us, what our feelings are telling us, plus what we logically know or the culmination of everything we've experienced thus far. When we put all that together and we channel it through, that is discernment. And that is what we want to put towards situations or decisions. That's where we can make the most true and objective kind of judgment call, because we're taking kind of all of our tools that we have at our disposal into consideration to help us analyze whether something is safe or not, or whether something is good for us or not, right? Whether something is aligned with what we really want, essentially. So one of these is overdoing it for you, and I would just go out on a limb here and guess that it is this part, right? The mind, the mental faculties, the thinking stuff that happens around here. I think that there needs to be a little less of that to make more room for what is the other kind of knowing that you hold inside of you telling you. There's what your mind is telling you, but then there's something deeper, more feminine, something more connected to your heart and your soul, less to your head. Because the thing is, the mind can tell us lots of things, and it has its reasons for telling us things, but the things it tells us are not always true, right? The ego can be quite connected to the mind. It can convince us of things out of fear or insecurity that aren't true. And that's when we need to add that other element of, okay, but what do I feel? And it doesn't mean that we just push aside the mind and we don't take our past experiences into consideration at all. We still want to think about things from a practical, grounded place. But I think that there needs to be just a little more space here to trust what you feel and what your intuition is telling you. And maybe the guidance even that you're getting from spirit on this topic as well. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I think there's a disguise that's ready to be shed. And there's someone here who can see through it anyways. Because the Two of Cups, these two are cut from the same cloth. They are a reflection of one another. So if I'm looking within me, that means I also know that that exists within you with this kind of connection, right? It's like they are mirrors to one another. And so there's something here that you can gain more insight about yourself by looking at someone else as well. And you can gain more insight about someone else by looking more closely at your own internal landscape. So again, diving deeper than the mind and looking at your heart and your own intuition and stuff like that, I think is going to be pretty beneficial for you with this. That's what I see for you, Taurus. All right, we're going to move on to Gemini. Gemini. My Gemmy Jams. But yeah, looks like you're being challenged. You're being challenged. I almost think that this disguise that you've been wearing is this one, where you're just kind of like perpetually disappointed and just kind of like blah, you know, like, well, I've been feeling down for a while and now I'm convincing myself that I'm in this like emotional quicksand, and it's just these darker, heavier emotions that are just grabbing my ankles and pulling me down, even if I want to feel better, even if I wanted to get to a more optimistic place. But you are in control of your emotions. You are in control of the trajectory of your thoughts, right? So when you're looking at something and you're picking it apart, or you're looking for a reason to not trust, or you're looking for reasons to be disappointed or let down, you're always going to find them, you know? You're always going to find them to justify that this disguise still needs to be there. But there's this huge cup of love, this huge Ace of Cups that's being divinely guided. Yeah, I'm still talking to Taurus right now, Leanne, but I'll change it in just a second. But this is being offered to you, right? And you're kind of not seeing it because you're in this like sad boy, sad girl, perpetually disappointed and kind of let down energy. So that might be what you just kind of want to address. Like, oh, maybe it is safe for me to shift gears and consider what the best case outcome could be. Not like if your norm is looking at a situation and being like, what is the worst thing that could happen in this situation? And then moving forwards in fear and caution, then how has that been working for you? And if you haven't been getting the outcome that you want from that, then what could really go wrong with you taking a different perspective and choosing to say instead, what is the best possible thing that could come out of this? And then acting from that place instead. Just try it. Might be worth just trying it, you know, especially if you haven't been getting the outcome that you kind of want. No worries, Leanne. That's all good. I kind of like said I was moving on and then was like, just one more thing. So not your fault. Chris, the gentle way. Aw, thank you. I try. Helpful points of view and advice. Aw, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm trying. I try to do that. Because I understand too, when we're in these situations, right? They're not easy to be in. Like, no one's having a great time when they're being challenged and triggered. And sometimes I've watched tarot readings where it comes across very, like, it's what I need to hear, but it's a little harsh, you know what I mean? And it's harder to integrate, I think, the message that's coming through when it's offered that way. Sometimes it's because the reader themselves is triggered as they're giving the message, and that happens to the best of us at times. So I get that, but yeah, I try to soften a little bit so that we can just look at things from more of a neutral standpoint. So if that is how it is coming through, then yes, that is what I'm aiming for. Okay. Gemini, what deck do I want to use for you? I want to use this deck. Okay, this is a pretty new deck. So it's very green. We're going to use this for you. Jemmy! Jimmy Jams. And I have to constantly remind myself to be like, okay, what is the softest, most empathetic way I can communicate this? Because I do have my Mercury in Aquarius, which, while it does love to speak the truth at all costs, it can be a little like cutting sometimes if I don't watch it, you know? It's like that Aquarian energy, when it is on edge, can be quite sharp. So I'm always like, let's just, let's not cut anybody today. Let's just try to speak with a little more warmth. So I'm glad that is happening. Okay. Gemini. Where are my beautiful and crazy Geminis? I love ya. Where are you at, babies? My Gemini moon is looking for ya. Come out of the woods. Come out of the woodworks and say hello. All right. What do we have for Gemini? What does Gemini need to know about the love that they desire and where they are currently kind of standing in their pursuit of that love? What might be adding resistance and how they can move beyond that? What does Gemini need to know? What does Gemini need to know? Shauna! My fellow partner in chaos. How are you, babe? I love how when two Gemini moons get together, it's like instant solidarity, camaraderie, and like friendship for life, essentially. It's like, I don't question your insane ways. I just get it. And I'm here. I'm here for it. I'm here to stand up for you and justify it if need be. Hey, Monette. Monette. What's up, my Gemini gang? Put Geminis together, it gets fun and interesting, but also we walk the line of danger daily. Wouldn't have it any other way, personally. Okay. What does Gemini need to know here? Hide some bodies? I got you. Yeah, exactly. You need to lose a body? Call your Gemini friend. They'll be dressed all in black, ringing your doorbell in 5 minutes without any questions asked. I promise you. Oh my gosh. Okay. What does Gemini need to know? Driving and listening. Oh, well, drive safe, my dear. Okay. What am I hearing? Oh. You're like, I'm on the... Okay. What's the prominent block here? Oh, I see. Why are you doing that? One more. Thank you. All right. Okay. Oracle cards. Tell me about this block. Understandable. Oh, I love this. Okay. Gemini, the two sides of you are so... Well, I mean, you got more than two sides for anyone who really knows. It's not just the two faces. It's like the myriad of human expression and embodiment. Let's see. Two very particular parts of you are kind of like battling it out here, I'm seeing. Okay. Hello, Gemini. How you doing? What up, gangsta? I hope you're doing well. So let's take a look here. So the kind of love that you desire most at this point in time is coming through as the Ace of Cups. But the interesting thing is that it kind of like came out this and then like spun itself into the upright. Masochism. Okay, so this is so relatable, it hurts. You want this pure love that you know that you hold within yourself. However, The love that you've experienced, and I feel like this goes well beyond romantic relationships. I feel like this is like family, siblings, friends, even maybe the love you've given yourself in the past. It hasn't always been this. You haven't always loved yourself, right? And sometimes that has been the cause for you then getting into relationships with people that also don't love you right, because you weren't really sure what true, like, healthy love actually was at some point. Or there's people that you thought were that kind of love, and you knew that you had that within you, but then they misguided you, or they just didn't end up being that for whatever reason, you know? You want that love, but a part of you is like, is it easier to just be chaotic and settle for something that is not that? Because does that love even really truly exist? And if I come at it from the angle of like, well, I'm not expecting much, so then I'm not disappointed much when I'm let down, then is that not helping me to some degree? But it really never does, you know, because it usually ends up being a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy rather than something that would have had to be that way. Let's clarify this Ace of Cups a little bit more, though. You also want this love to have like a level of divinity to it, like something that feels kind of sacred about it, I think. And I think that you're kind of like, that's how I'll know that I can trust it. Yeah, Queen of Swords. That's how I'll know that I can commit to it and trust it. Is if I get this sense of like pure-heartedness, sacred, divine energy, if someone shows up in a way that does kind of show me that love can be more than what I've experienced in the past, it's almost like when I see it, I'll believe it, but I still desire it, you know, even though I'm not sure if I do truly believe that it exists. You are still working towards it and working through it, and I feel like you're working through your fears surrounding what if it doesn't exist and your own personal insecurities, because the moon can very much be about the subconscious. It can be about fears and ways that we limit ourselves. But with the Eight of Pentacles, I'm seeing that you're shining a light there. You're going to those heavier places. You're going to past grief. And you're trying to work through these things and heal from them so that you have a clearer picture of whether you truly believe that this kind of love exists, and as well as you'll have a clearer perspective of when that actually does come towards you. Okay. Your current energy is the Lovers. It's you. It's you. Let me just cover up her titties here because YouTube sucks. So, it's you. You're in the energy of the Lovers. And you know what's interesting is like sometimes when I've been really deflated by love, I've been like, the way that I have got myself back out there has been like, okay, I know that this love exists within me. Like this very pure, innocent, divine love exists within me because I keep trying to offer that, you know what I mean? And I still hold it in my heart. So I have to believe that it's possible. I can't be the only one in the whole world that this love exists within, right? So sometimes you have to remind yourself, like, the only reason I know it exists is because I hold it within myself. But that can be enough to sometimes give you the bravery and the push that you need. So this is the card that came out to clarify from the Oracle deck. Says, when you realize the whole world is a reflection of your state and thinking, you realize that no one is bothering you. It's you fighting with yourself. You're going deep here within yourself. You're having some serious, enlightening realizations, I feel like right now, Gemini, because this is pretty deep. And it's like you're seeing the world as a reflection, as a mirror, truly, which it is, of your internal state projected outwards, which means we attract things that mirror back to us what we feel and think within ourselves. Or even if we attract opportunities that might be, might not need to mirror back that, we sometimes will project our internal state onto them because that is just the lens that we're seeing through, right? But I think you're realizing that everything that's coming towards you is showing you more about yourself. Even the things that are coming towards you that kind of seem alien or seem to be very different from you, they still have something to show you about yourself. And I think you're realizing that and capitalizing on it, because you're allowing this to show you where you've been at war with yourself ultimately. So if somebody else's actions are triggering you right now, then I feel like you are looking at that and you're like, what am I being triggered by in this other person, for instance? And then you're saying, where does that exist within me as well? Because that's why you're being triggered by it, right? It's like, let's say you're dealing with someone that's very inconsistent and they can't make up their mind, right, on how they feel about you or how committed they actually are to you. Let's say you're triggered by that. So the way that you would use this enlightenment is you would look at yourself and you would say, okay, in what ways am I inconsistent and struggle to commit, right? And then how can I affirm and reassure myself to heal that trigger within me so that I feel more stable and solid and grounded, not projecting that onto someone else or not being triggered by that in someone else. Because then, you know, when you're not triggered, obviously you can see things a lot more clearly to what they really are. But the parts of you that are at war, so 2 more oracle cards came out. And these are the 2 parts of you that are very specifically at war. There's this one part of you that believes that being soft does not make you less, doesn't make you less strong, but it truly means that despite how difficult the world can be and how many times you may have been disappointed, you have held on to your capacity to truly feel and act on the authentic, what is authentically in your heart and your soul. And then there's this other part of you that's like, to be honest, I just don't give a fuck. You know, part of you that just wants to go into that mode where you're like, you just numb it down. You just decide that you are going to be a swirling black hole of chaos. And you're just like, it is what it is. You know, this is what life is. So why don't I just lean into that? But these are 2 very opposing parts. This one is like a numbed down, shut down repression energy. And I feel like you would be faking it, you know? To be honest, bae, I don't give a fuck, right? It's like, but then there's this other part of you that is soft and that knows that there is strength in softness and vulnerability, knows how much it took to remain that gentle. There's a quote on my phone that says, like, do you understand the amount of violence it took to become this gentle? You know, sometimes the softest people in life, it doesn't mean that they've never gone through anything hard. Sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes it's those people that have gone through the most shit, but they have made the conscious decision to not allow those experiences to take their softness and their heart from them. They haven't let those experiences steal this very valuable part of them, right? This ability to be soft and open and receptive to the best things in life. So there's these 2 parts of you that are kind of battling it out. And both of these elements could be being reflected back to you in someone else as well. There could be someone else that is on the fence about being soft and vulnerable, or just being like, I don't really care, and walking away. But you would both be lying. I'm just going to say that. Both you and this person would be lying, because you do very much care if there's someone else involved here. But the Ace of Cups and the Lovers, yeah. We're not scoffing at it. We like it. Okay, so the most prominent block for you is the Ace of Wands and the Hermit. So there's very strong mercurial energy here because there's you and Virgo, who are co-ruled by Mercury. Okay. The Ace of Wands and the Hermit. And it came out with this card. It says, don't get attached, don't get attached, don't get attached, don't get attached, don't. And then it just says, well, it actually says do is where it stops on the last line, which is interesting. It's almost like you're trying to talk yourself out of something that you do feel very strongly here. The Ace of Wands. I'm off the table. You know? But it's like you're trying to decide whether that Ace of Cups is present or whether it is just, like, is it just passion? Is it just desire? Is it just lust maybe for some of you? Is it something that's going to burn out like a candle in the wind? Or is it going to be something that can actually last the test of time? If I attach myself to this, then am I, and by attach, I don't mean unhealthily. I mean, like, if I give myself fully to this or open myself up fully to this and form like an energetic bond or union with this thing, then am I going to get burned? You know, is it going to be something, is this something safe to attach myself to, or is it a sinking ship, right? So I feel like with the Hermit energy, you're doing this work to look internally, right? To look at yourself here. And you're using everything as a reflection back at you to try to gain deeper understanding. But I want to know how this is lending to the block. I think it's just keeping you in a state of like, either you're triggered by something in someone else that still exists within you, and because you haven't completely processed it within yourself, you're like, I can't get attached right now because the reason I'm triggered is because this not only exists in them, but it exists in me. Therefore, it is not the right time for me to get attached. But the thing is, you're having to convince yourself, don't get attached, don't get attached. If you have to tell yourself something, try to convince yourself of something, usually the opposite of that is true, right? Otherwise, if it was just true, you wouldn't have to convince yourself of it. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think there's something here that you're like, you very much want to open up and get attached to or connect to, even if it's just the softness of your own heart again. And leaving this, like realizing that this idea that you could just cut and run and not be affected is a whole bold ass lie, you know? Because there is something here that you feel the love for. You're in the energy of the Lovers. You have the Ace of Cups right next to you. You have the Ace of Wands here as well. There's something that you feel a lot for. Can you tell me more about this block, please, for Gemini? I just want to know. I think that you're quite close to releasing this block, though, to be honest with you, because you're already showing me you're doing the work. And here, you may have been telling yourself this on repeat, but I feel like you're at this line here where you are questioning yourself now. You're challenging this narrative. You're like, why am I telling myself not to get attached, though? And I think you're kind of landing at this place where you're ready to maybe open yourself up in a way that you haven't so far. Whether to someone new that is coming in, or just to the potential of new experiences in general. What else can you tell me about these blocks for Gemini, though? The Hierophant. Okay. You want to attach to something here. You want to commit to it. But the only thing is, I think that something feels a little prickly or defensive, and it's causing some anxiety. Now, that could be, again, something that is within you. There's that prickly part of you that wants to still be able to have that like escape, just be able to push the button, the roof opens, and you get shot out of the situation, and you never look back, and you're like, that didn't hurt me. You can't break my heart because I was never in love. Anyways, let me go on to my next thing. But again, that is not the case here. And when you always have that, that's like having one foot out the door perpetually. And you can't be fully committed and invested to love when you're approaching it from that perspective, right? So I'm seeing that part of the conflict that's propping up here, or cropping up for you, is that there is something that you actually really want to seriously commit to, but it's causing you again to challenge parts of yourself that you are in the midst of fighting with right now. And it's not easy, because it's asking you to lower your defenses, maybe even in the face of someone that is also mirroring that back to you. But it's almost like this energy of, how can you bring the energy into the situation that you want to be the outcome? Essentially, how can you influence the energy rather than just adapting to it? You know what I mean? Okay. How to remove these blocks is the Four of Swords in reverse and the Four of Pentacles in reverse. Anything that does not put your mind at ease is a thought process that you need to just release at this time, because confusing yourself and stressing yourself out is just not doing you any favors. It never does. Anywhere that your mind is not in a state of peace, if it's in a state of unrest, then do not perpetuate that line of thinking. If a certain narrative in your mind, like, I have to stay detached in case, like, I have to cut and run, you know? If the idea of that low-key stresses you out because what you really want is to commit to something, then you're going to have to battle that, right? But the Four of Pentacles wants you to release something that maybe has been like part of your foundation or a cornerstone to how you approach relationships. And I'm not saying you don't have a good reason for that. Not at all. But I am saying it seems like it's time to challenge that, though, so that a change can happen for the better. Is there anything else you want to tell Gemini about this? Like, what is the main source of this Four of Swords in reverse energy for Gemini? The Sun in reverse. The Ten of Wands in reverse, the Star. There's a weight that you're carrying. There's some sort of heaviness that you're carrying, and it either wants to be healed and then like closure applied to the wound, so that if this is a wound that's been open for a long time that you keep touching, well, you can't heal a wound unless you stop touching it. So it's like, in that case, this wound wants to be cleaned out. It wants to be bandaged up or like stitched up, and it wants to be left alone. Put your attention elsewhere so that it can really truly heal. Or else this is something that you have already healed, but because you keep on putting yourself back in that old perspective, it's almost like you are not able to see that you've already done more healing and you have progressed forwards more than you're actually understanding. But again, it's because you keep on putting yourself in this place of like a lack of clarity. It's like you create this lack of clarity for yourself, and then you don't realize that you're already kind of where you want to be, you know? The star, the sun, the lovers, and the ace of cups. You might already be there. It's just your block is that you are still fighting with yourself, when I think you already know the answer. Or maybe you just need to stop asking yourself the same question or ruminating on the same narrative that you have been attached to for so long, so that something new can come in and be shown to you. And you can maybe realize that you have healed some old parts of yourself or some old wounds that would have in the past prevented you from being truly committed to the things that serve you. You know? That's what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. All right, I'm gonna go close my window curtains because it's freezing, and maybe turn on the heater in here, although I don't know if that will be too noisy. Good to love the part of you that loves people if you want to attract that. Yes. Yeah. And understand again that those softer parts of you are not vulnerabilities, they're not weaknesses. You know what I mean? For instance, like the part of you that loves people is not like it's not your Achilles heel. That's actually a very strong part of you, right? So there might just be some sort of reframing that needs to take place so that you feel more safe and assured moving into something and committing yourself to something. Okay. We're moving on to Cancer. Love you, gems. All right. Cancer. Here we are. Where are my crabby cakes? How are you doing? Okay. What does Cancer need to know? Let me close my curtains here. I don't know if it's gonna like snow tonight or what's up. I live in Canada, so it wouldn't be out of the question for that to happen. And it's feeling a little nippy. Okay. It's feeling a little bit nippy. All right. Take this sweater. Snuggle under it to warm me. This big old lady cozy ass sweater. Okay. Cancer. Cancer, Cancer, Cancer. Cancer moon. The feelings. I love it though. Love it though. The sensitivity, I should say. Sensitivity. The sensitivity superpower. Can you tell me about the love that Cancer is currently desiring, and where they're at with that. Okay. It's interesting how most of the signs so far have been kind of like either there's already something good in your life or there's something that is coming in that would likely be like a fulfillment of what you're kind of looking for or pretty in line with the love you're looking for. Maybe that's why we felt guided to do this particular topic at this time, because these things are kind of close. They're in your general sort of vicinity. And Spirit wants you to be aware of your resistance so that you can take note when you are kind of offered these opportunities maybe. Let's see. Tell me more. All right. What's going on for my Cancers here? Hi, Cancer. All right, my loves. Let's take a look and see the kind of love you're desiring and sort of where you're at in relation to that, how you can maybe get a little closer. Let's see. Let me take a drink of my coffee. All right. So, your desired love, the love that you are seeking at this time, came out as the Hanged Man. And right when this card came out, I heard, give me a higher love, or whatever song that is. I think it's by, I don't know who originally sang that song, but I know Whitney Houston does a version of that. Give me a higher love. Where's that higher love that I've been dreaming of? Okay. So Neptune is the higher octave of Venus. It is like the more evolved. It's kind of like if you look at Venus as being like human love and you look at Neptune as being divine love. Obviously, we are both human and divine, so there's elements of all of that within us as people. But the Hanged Man talks about unconditional love in regards to understanding that everybody is human and that sometimes we mess up, and that an element of love is grace and an element of love is forgiveness. An element of love is compromise and sacrifice, right? And surrender. And it's not supposed to always be that. It shouldn't be you being a martyr at the altar of love, you know? But there is an element to that, and it is that higher love. And that's what you're seeking. So you're telling me, look, Lisa, I'm not effing around, you know? I am not here to play. I'm looking for that good, or I don't want it. And as a Pisces, I totally feel you. So tell me more about this Hanged Man, please. Yeah. The Nine of Swords. So again, there's these two parts of you. I say again because some of the past signs this has come up for too. But there are two parts of you that are kind of coming up against each other to be balanced out maybe, or it's like you want to find a way to have these two elements of yourself complement each other rather than be at odds with one another. You have what is inside the shell of the crab, which is ooey gooey, mushy gushy, lovey stuff, you know, where you feel safe, where that is like your nurturing energy, and you want to invite the people that you love into that safe, warm space with you. And you want to feel like home to those people, you know. And then there is the, you know, the I will cut you, and the hard shell, the Nine of Swords. And you're saying, yeah, there's a reason for that too. There's a reason I don't wear the ushy gushy mooey, or the ushy gushy mushy part just on the outside. And I definitely do understand that. But it's like there's this little give me one more card about that Nine of Swords. Like it's echoed in your current energy that you are in right now as well. The Nine of Wands. You are scared that it always has to feel imbalanced and hard. You know what this is coming through as? It's like Luna's in her litter box. I don't know if you can hear that in the background, but you're used to always being the one that loves more. Again, totally understand. I think all of the water signs have an element where we get this, we feel this, right? Where it's like, I want this higher love. However, is it gonna just only be me that's giving the higher love? You know, because like this is not really it. This is it. But how come every time I am willing to offer this, it always ends up being offered to people that can only take it, but they can't reciprocate it, is kind of what I'm feeling. So it's like you're carrying with you, you're desiring this higher love, but not fully believing that it's possible because love has always felt like a struggle and a little bit stressful for you, because you're always wondering either when the other shoe's going to drop, when someone who seems to be giving back to you in an equal way all of a sudden like backs out, or, you know, starts showing you that they're not really as in, or what they had invested starts falling off. You know, it's like they either can't uphold that amount of investment or they just never give it to begin with, is kind of what you're showing me. So it's interesting because you're telling me that this is the love that you desire and that you're looking for and trying to call in. But there's like this little like subtext that's like, but I'm not sure if I really believe it, you know? I want it, I'm trying to call it in, but there's a part of me that is almost scared of it because I don't want it if I'm the only one that's gonna be giving it. You wanna go up there? I know, there's a candle in the area where you usually jump up. It's Luna. Anyway, she's like, how dare you? She usually jumps up here and onto there. So the energy that you are showing up in is the Page of Wands in reverse, and it's with this little Peanuts comic where he's saying, "This song always depresses me. Play it again, will you?" Yeah. Sometimes it feels safer to convince ourselves that we're always going to be let down anyways, so we might as well stay in a consistent state of revisiting those old disappointments because we've convinced ourselves that we're just going to be disappointed again anyways, so we might as well not let ourselves get too far from that state of disappointment. We might as well not let our hopes get up too high because they're just gonna be dashed again, you know? This is kind of the energy that you are looking at within yourself. Can you tell me more about that Page of Wands in reverse? But the Page of Wands in reverse is an energy of someone that is kind of expecting the worst, or someone that just does not have a lot of hope or faith in the best thing happening, or in getting what they want, you know? So you could be, for some of you, you're returning to situations, or you're staying connected to, like you're keeping the door open a crack to situations that, yeah, that confused you and didn't make you feel abundant in the past, because you are kind of like, well, it doesn't get any better than this anyways, so maybe I should just work with what I've got and try to make it the best possible outcome of something that is less than what I truly desire. But for others of you, you're just going back. You're not letting yourself stray too much again into like the realm of optimism, because you're afraid that the second you really get your hopes up, you're going to be let down, essentially. Okay. The most prominent block or blocks for you just came out. It's the Ace of Swords. It just flew out. So there's a situation that you are being asked to see the honest truth of it. But you have the Knight of Pentacles and the Eight of Wands as your most prominent block. There is something grounded that is picking up speed for you. And it's either your sense of optimism and hope, or it is a situation that does feel quite practical, grounded, and like you wouldn't be too out of line putting optimism into it, Luna. You know? There's energy that's picking up speed, and it's interesting. It's kind of like fireworks. It's kind of like a spark in the dark that you maybe weren't anticipating because you've kept yourself here out of fear of being like destroyed, you know? Maybe in the past you put all of your hope and faith into something and you trusted what you felt and what you brought to the table, and you were severely disappointed, or someone used or abused you even. It's hard to brush your knees off and start again after that. It's hard to get back on the horse after you fall off from something that like traumatic or painful. You know what I mean? I definitely get it. It can take years to recover from that, but you're telling me like I got myself to a grounded, stable, one foot in front of the other, moving forward sort of place. But now the energy is picking up speed a little bit, or I'm being challenged to open up more of my heart so that this love that I desire can actually come to me, which is going to require me to kind of lean into the flow of it and trust what I feel and what I am intuiting out of a situation, rather than choosing to trust my fear. You're being challenged to trust love over fear, essentially. And this is the card that came out to clarify your fears. And this is a scene from the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. So this is Joel and Clementine here. And in this scene in particular, they have escaped, without giving too much of the plot away. This is my favorite film of all time. You should watch it if you have not seen it. It is such an incredible movie. You will probably cry. But anyways, you're a Cancer. You'll definitely cry. Okay, so, but don't let that deter you. It's a beautiful film. But essentially, they are trying not to lose each other. And he's trying to take her to places. He's trying to take his memory of her to different places internally where he can keep it safe and not lose her, essentially. So they are running through his dreamscape or his memories here, trying to find a safe space for their love, essentially. There's something here that you do want to lean into. There's someone that you feel like you want to keep safe. You want to feel like home to this person. You want them to feel like home to you. But the thing is, it's not moving at a snail's pace anymore. There's something that is pushing you to speed up a little bit, to phase the walk into a little jog, you know? It's like, it's not coming through as being pressured. It's coming through as like the natural progression of things. So this would be like, let's say you're casually dating someone for like, let's say you're dating someone for a couple years, your boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. Suddenly you get engaged. Okay, that's the natural progression, but it still feels like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like you still have that thing inside of you that kind of wants to panic a little bit and say, can I really trust this? Can I really trust this person to keep me safe the way that I would keep them safe? Because I think that in the past, people have not, you know, you've held space to be this nurturing, safe, warm, kind of like haven for the people that you have chosen to love. But then you felt like put out in the cold by those people that you went out of your way to be that safe space for, you know? And I think you just want someone or something that feels like, again, like the love that you give returned to you. And there's nothing wrong with wanting that. You should want that. You deserve that. The only thing is, if you want that and you truly desire that, then you have to focus on, you have to believe that it's possible, you know? If you are going into it convincing yourself that it's not possible and keeping yourself in this space of disappointment because you feel like it's safer or more comfortable, then you've lost before you even started. Right? There's something here that is kind of picking up speed, and I don't see it as being a bad thing. So how to remove this resistance or these blocks? You have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse and the Knight of Cups in reverse. Okay. For some of you, you don't trust. For some of you, you had a complicated family dynamic that you grew up in. It was like unstable. You come maybe from like a broken family, or your parents divorced. Maybe that was messy. There's something here about that family life and the way that it was shown to you, or the way that you've always experienced that feels off or unstable, or it never felt totally safe to you to trust that dynamic, you know? And so the resistance, you love that movie. It is so good. It's so good. What you're being asked to do is to not only look at what is the origin of this instability, where did that come from? The belief that things will always disappoint you, or that maybe even the kind of love that you're seeking, it exists, but it's not, it doesn't last forever, you know? there's something about that you're being asked to revisit, and specifically to look at how it impacted your own emotional availability, right? For instance, if, let's say your parents were like somewhat happily married for up until you were in your teenage years or something, and then out of the blue, like you thought everything was good, this dynamic was good, whatever, out of the blue they're like, we don't love each other anymore, we're getting divorced, whatever the case may be. This is just an example. And then you were kind of thrown off by that, and what you took away from that experience was maybe like, okay, love can exist, but it's impermanent, and therefore, can I ever really truly trust it? Can I ever truly feel safe within it, or am I always going to have to wonder when it's going to end, Because there's a level of, if that's the lesson or the takeaway that you took from that experience, then yeah, you're going to have an element of yourself that's going to be in this Knight of Cups in reverse energy, which is where you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And so there's a part of your own emotional availability that you keep like offline because you don't want to lose yourself. You don't want to specifically lose the most precious parts of yourself that you give to the people that you really love, because Cancer, you do give the most precious parts of yourself to the people that you love. When you love and you're all in, yeah. You don't hold back here. So tell me a little bit more about how Cancer can work through these resistance points in regards to love. I'm seeing it being like a preservation thing, though. There you are. The Chariot. It's in reverse, though. There's an element of love that requires... There's two parts to love, right? Can you be love? Can you be loved? Can you be love? Can you be loved? Because love is not a one-way thing. You're right about that. You may have experienced it that way in the past, but that's not really love. Love is a two-way. Even when you are exuding love, not towards anything in particular, that is still being returned back to you from the universe one way or another, right? So there's always like a cycle of love. It's never given and lost. It never goes nowhere, But I feel like there's a part of you that does feel like something was lost and has deeply grieved that loss for maybe a lot of your life, maybe. For some of you, since you were like a teenager specifically, or a child, but there's two knights here, so that's more like teenage years for most people. But you have a Page of Wands here too, so it could be like anywhere from childhood into your teenage years where this primary disappointment really like took place, and those are formative years, right? You are cardinal water, which means that when your heart is behind something and you lean into your heart 100%, you're basically an unstoppable force. And that love is the most powerful thing. But there's something here that disconnected you from feeling confident, safe, and assured in giving all of that and using that emotional like will and strength ultimately to project or propel yourself into the love that you know you deserve. So what you're being asked to look at is, where is that coming from? Where is that disconnect, and where does it stem from? For a lot of you, it has to do with instability in your own family, or instability maybe in a past relationship, especially those of you that were engaged or that were married. That's what I see for that. Okay. But I know the kind of love that you're looking for. I know that it does exist, and I know that you have the capacity to hold it within you and to radiate it into the world and into the relationships around you, Cancer. You're here to bring more of that into the world. You don't hold the capacity for that so that it can constantly disappoint you. You hold the capacity for that because it's a gift that you're meant to offer. And it does take a level of strength and resilience to offer that gift, but you have that too. Okay? So don't question it. You know, the people that minimize Cancers to just the crybabies of the zodiac or the big softies of the zodiac, they are missing so much about you. There's so much strength that comes from being able to hold that much love and being that sensitive to the needs of others. So there might be a part of you that started seeing yourself a little less clearly, maybe because of the projections of society or those around you. But reconnect with this higher, more transcendent truth and perspective. Remind yourself who you are and how strong and powerful your heart truly is. Okay. All right. We're moving on to Leo. I love you so much, Cancer. Okay. Let's see. Leo. I'm going to use this one for you. Leo. Leo gang, what is up? Okay. What's going on? Let me change this so I don't forget. Okay. Where are my big, bold, brave-hearted beauties? My Leo gang. Rulers of the heart. Where are you at? Let's see. Ooh, that's some power there. Munch. Leo, Sun, Sag, Rising. Spicy. I like it. Let's see. Okay. Tell me about Leo. Scorpio moon. I love it. Even more spicy. My moon is in the 8th, so I feel like I'm connected to Scorpio moons in a way. I see you. You are seen by me, okay? I love that. I love that little throw the Scorpio in the mix, the watery moon with all the fire. Okay. Oh, okay. I like it. You can be too much? No. It's impossible for anyone to ever be too much. It's just sometimes you're around people that can't handle you. That doesn't mean that you're too much. It just means you need to find new people, to be honest. Let's see. Okay, prominent blocks. But for most of my life, I also thought that I was too much, so I definitely understand. The intensity. Ugh, yeah. Unhealed Pisces are scary. Speaking as a Pisces, can confirm. Okay. Let me see. However, their limitations are not a reflection of you. So just remember that. I do offer personal readings, Obsidian. They are through my Etsy store, which is in the info box down below. And there's a 25% off sale right now, so until the end of this month. So you can check that out if you want. But yeah, I also do super chats too, like in lives. But there's also a couple guidelines for that in the info box too. So yeah. Okay, 2 more cards. All right. Wow. Oh man. Okay. Here we go. Leo, are you using your strength to help or hurt yourself currently? One second. All right. Get you some oracle cards. Good. All right. See what's going on here. Venus in Leo. All right. But I do this every freaking time. My computer starts overheating. I should just do this from the beginning, but I'm just gonna lift it a little, like put a book under it so that it is, so the fan is able to do its thing slightly more easily than it currently is, because it's struggling a slight amount. Okay, there we go. Every time. Okay, we're good. We're good, you guys. We got this under control. Okay. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Leo. Hi, Leo. All right. Let's take a look here. What's going on in your lovescape here and in your heart? So, the desired love, the love that you are seeking, is the Page of Wands here. And then there is your current energy towards love, which came out as the 6 of Pentacles with this oracle card that says, when he says, I you, but Achilles once said, I would recognize you in total darkness, were you mute and I deaf. I would recognize you in another lifetime entirely, in different bodies, different times, and I would love you in all of this until the very last star in the sky burned out into oblivion. Yes. So, you're like, I don't want that much. I just want what I give. And what I give is like the most intense and deep love known to mankind. Is that too much to ask for? No, it's not, okay? It is not. But I like how you just enter in with, you're like, it's just a little page of wands. I'm not asking for too much, right? It's like, you're not asking for too much. No, you're not. But I feel like you want to boldly ask for that. Like, don't try to make it smaller, to not intimidate people. Um, okay, clarify this page of wands. Okay. Okay, why though? Okay. You're kind of at this point where going to get the chocolate. It's that time. You're looking for a love to put you at ease to some degree because you're sick, quite honestly, of having like this massive, like, golden treasure chest full of like the riches of the heart, and you're like offering all of this, you're like, all of this can be yours, and then the person that comes towards you is like oh, hi Luna. The person that comes towards you essentially has, not a lot to offer in comparison, and you're tired of that, and rightfully so. You're a little bit like, okay, ain't nobody got time for that. I've experienced enough of that. But now it's like you're slightly insecure, I feel like, because you've experienced so many people that out of their own insecurity or manipulative tendencies, they didn't really invest anything worthwhile, let's just say. And you're like, no, that's going to be a no for me, dog, So I feel like while you're only kind of like, you're like, I'm not asking for much, right? But there is this element where you're like, I just want something to put me at ease because all the disappointment, and I just want something that feels good. I understand. But you're kind of telling me with the Page of Wands, you want to connect with someone that hasn't lost their innocence. You want to connect with someone that still carries that childlike sense of wonder and awe and belief in big love. The kind of love that you want to give, and you very generously do give because you almost can't help it. You have this huge, brave heart, right? And it's like, once I'm in, I can't really even help but just giving like this treasure to other people. It comes so naturally to you, and it is something, it's like this beautiful light, this golden light that you really do offer the world. But I do understand why you're at this point where you're like a little bit like, well, if you're not going to give it back, then fuck you, then like keep it moving, buddy, because I don't want to deal with jaded people who hold back the best of them when I'm willing to offer the best of me and grow in love with people, right? That's kind of what you're telling me you want. You're like, I'm not asking for that much. However, I am gonna need just like the basic covered for me to even look in your general direction, And I honestly don't think that there's anything wrong with that, because you're in this energy, right, of being like, I'm willing to give. But I think that you might be getting to this place where you are like, I'm going to be a little stronger with my boundaries and my standards, though. I'm not going to just open up and give that treasure until you show me that you're not just going to take it on your pirate ship and sail off to the next hoe that you run into on the street, and I'm left with, you're the ruler of the heart, so it's not like you're ever left with nothing, but still, You know, that doesn't mean that you want to constantly be connecting with this kind of person who just doesn't get it, and is nowhere near where you are. You don't want the ILU text. You're like, I would like some actual, like, vulnerable, deep, intimate expression of love that actually means something. That's not just something that takes 2 seconds to type out on your keyboard and send, and it might not even mean anything. It's like, show me a little bit more. Let me know that that expression is actually coming from somewhere real and deep inside of you. Otherwise, I don't really have that much, I can't really help you. You know, it's kind of like you're in that energy. And I'm not mad about it. I like it. This kind of is coming through as quite empowering to me for you. However, okay, I want to turn the heater on. I don't know if it's going to create... What was that? Oh, it was my crystal that I had on my lap. I don't know if it's going to create too much background noise, but I'm like freezing. So I would really like... Guys, let me know if this sounds too loud, okay? Because I have like a heater in my room. Oh, gosh. And I don't know if it's going to be annoying. Is that okay? It's like a fan-like sound. I would like to leave that on for like 15 minutes so that I don't freeze my tits off. But yes, let me know if that's really annoying for you. Okay. It's exhausting. So many watered down, lackluster people making the world look gray. Yeah, see, and I feel like you are so full of color, and you're coming to maybe even recognize exactly how much. It's like you're starting to see yourself more clearly, is kind of what I'm getting from this. And because of that, you are like, okay, I don't want anything to diminish that. You know what I mean? Luna did meow at the perfect time. Yeah, you don't want the love that you offer to, it's not go to waste. You know that it's not wasted, but I think what it is that you are fixed fire. You would like something that you can really like commit to and be invested in, and not just give and then the investment walks off. You know, it's like you want something that you can continue building on. So even if it does start small, you want something that can grow and evolve and actually go somewhere. It's like you're not wanting to just constantly lay a foundation, which then nothing gets built on top of. Do you know what I mean? It's not that the foundation is a waste. It's just that you want more, and that's okay. That's okay. How do you get more? By wanting more, right? You have to admit your desire in order to open up the potential for that desire to be fulfilled. If you won't even look straight at your desire right in the eyes, then it's never gonna be truly true potential to be fulfilled, because you're not really calling it in. You're kind of saying that's what I want, but not really, because I don't believe that it's actually possible, which then like kind of undoes the wish of it, right? Okay, so most prominent block for you in regards to receiving this love is Temperance in reverse with the 8 of Pentacles. There's still an imbalance. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say it really softly, but Spirit's like, haha, no. You're just gonna say it how it is, okay? Okay, I guess I'm coming for your throat a little bit then. But with love, remember. I love you, so don't hurt me, please. Okay. There's something that is a little bit imbalanced and potentially toxic that you are still giving to in some sort of way, okay? You're still putting some sort of work or energy towards something that is not on your level. Something that does not match this, okay? Something that cannot give back to you or reciprocate the love that you have to offer. And I feel like you haven't been completely honest with yourself about whatever this is, because you're telling me that you are in the energy, beloved, hi baby. You're telling me you're in the energy of being open and willing and able to give, but you are at the point where you need that to be reciprocated. And that makes sense, right? That is just like having basic respect for yourself. So please don't do anything with that. You're right where you need to be. But at the same time as saying that's the energy that you're in, it's like saying you want more, but continuing to give to something that is not what you actually want. Do you know what I mean? So there's conflicting messages going out here. Saying you want more, but this would be like, you're dating someone who just sits on the couch in their dirty underwear all day, watching TV, eating chips, leaving messes for you to clean up, and they desire all of these things from you, right? They're like, I want sex every day. I want love. I want you to make home cooked meals for me. And it's like, but what are you contributing here? You're like, I know that I want more, but you're still showing up to that relationship every day. That would be like the equivalent to this, or just an example, right? There's something that you are offering your treasure to that is not something that is going to be able to appreciate what you're offering. Yeah. Not only is it not able to reciprocate, but it is not even able to see clearly the treasure that you're giving it and appreciate it for what it is. Now, this could be something you're just giving to energetically. It doesn't have to be someone that's still physically in your life. Okay, so keep that in mind. But I do feel like this is someone that you have a spiritual connection with, because this is the oracle card. Well, 2 oracle cards came out. So there's this one. So this imbalanced person here, or situation, right? They might have Capricorn or Sag in their chart, but they don't have to. See, okay. This is difficult, because just because you have this kind of connection with someone does not mean that they are for you, right? There are positive spiritual connections that are going to take you in the direction of being actually fulfilled and growing into a more expansive place. And then there are the kind of spiritual connections where you still feel them. You might still be telepathically connected. You might still feel their energy very intensely. However, no. You know what I mean? So just be aware that just because you have a deep spiritual and energetic connection and you're very tapped or tuned into someone, that does not mean, and I'm only saying this because I've made this mistake. I've chosen this path a few times in my life. Let's just put it that way, okay? And it didn't ever end up given back to me what I really needed, ever. It never even came close, and that hurts. And when you keep on giving to something that just can't give back to you, I think that there becomes a point where like that stubborn egoic part of us kicks in, and it's like, I'm just gonna keep giving because I've already given so much that it's really hard for me to admit right now that maybe this wasn't the best investment. So I'd rather just keep on giving, you know what I mean? Sigh so hard and disappear into oblivion. Don't disappear into oblivion. We like you here. But yeah. The other card that came out to clarify this is this one. Song lyrics. And it says, you know, I'm jealous of how you can just turn them off. Those bad ideas that feel so soft. So there's a part of you that's trying to like match this person's energy and act like you don't care as much as you do, but really you do. And the thing is, you really don't want something that is gonna ask you to lessen what you're really feeling, you know, or to turn off like the natural flow of energy that you have to give, because what you have to give is a lot, right? So I think this is a Matt Good song, like Matthew Good Band or something like that. But there's someone here that is very good, though, at not following their heart. Even it's like no matter how strongly they feel it, they're very good at shutting it down. And it's almost like a part of you is jealous of their ability to do that because you don't feel like you have the same ability to just shut off the heart space. And honestly, unless you get to a very toxic place yourself, you never will have that ability because you rule the heart, okay? You're meant to be connected to love. You're meant to be connected to your feelings. You're meant to allow that to push and strengthen you and to be a point of conviction that adds power to you, not makes you feel weak or jealous, or why can't I disconnect from love the way that these other people can? Why can't I numb myself out and reject things that I really deeply care about underneath? Well, you don't have that ability, Leo, because you're not supposed to be that way. None of us are actually supposed to be that way, but you possibly less than most, you know, with the rulership over the heart there. And the thing about being very connected to our heart is that sometimes it's gonna fucking hurt. It just is, you know? Sometimes the way that the heart expands is through breaking. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth it. That doesn't mean that you should be jealous or desire to be able to shut yourself down. Do you know what I mean? So how to remove this block is coming through as the 5 of Cups and the 5 of Pentacles. All right. Well, the saddest French accent. I feel like we would be friends in real life, Veronica, because your sense of humor is like hitting me in all the right places, okay? Just gotta say. There are some places that you need to go within yourself to pour your love, your fullness of heart on yourself. These are some human fires within you, okay? And what is going to put them out is love. And you don't need love from someone else. You don't need someone to come in and soften your insecurities or prove that they can match you in order to put out these human fires. You only need the strength of your own heart to do that. You don't have to wait or give someone else that power over you. You can do that for yourself. But there's places that you have experienced deep grief and deep loss or instability. Places where love has really kind of rocked your world, so to speak, and not in the most optimistic way. And I know that it might seem like counterproductive, but these are the spaces within yourself that you're being asked to visit, to revisit, and to really look at, because honestly, the only way out is through. And the only way to release these blocks is to go look directly at them and offer them your love. You know what I mean? To understand that you are strong enough to give your love to yourself and to heal yourself in a really powerful way. Yeah, this is the, what is it? It's the Trippin Rider Waite, I believe this deck is called. The Trippin Rider Waite. It's pretty interesting. It's basically just the Rider Waite, but with like a trippy kind of vibe to it. It has a couple extra cards in it as well. You can get it online if you kind of just Google Trippin Rider Waite and it should come up. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Leo, okay? So it's almost like you are, as the ruler of the heart, you are kind of the one that it defaults on to heal your own heart, because it's like, it's almost like if, I don't know if this is the best example, but like, let's say there's an inventor and their invention or their creation. Who knows how to best fix that if something breaks? Well, the inventor does, obviously, right? When you are ruling over something, then you are the one that is the most equipped to go in and tinker around and heal that within yourself. So you don't really need to rely or give other people the power to do that. So that's something that you can offer yourself, and it's a way I think that you can become even more empowered. Like, there might be a part of you that is like, but why do I have to do that for myself? Well, with great power comes great responsibility, and you are a leader. So it's just kind of one of those things, you know, every sign has that thing that they rule over, and they have more responsibility over that realm as a result, right? To be Tinkerbell. Exactly. So there's something though that you do kind of need to stop trying to build, because I think that it's just perpetuating this idea that you're always going to be shortchanged, and you don't want that. So especially if you are going to go in and do this deep healing on yourself, then you want to remove anything that would pour salt in a wound, you know? Because the healing will kind of not be, it either won't be sustainable if you're just going to like let old disappointment back in, or keep on giving to something that just lets you down. So just keep that in mind, okay? Because it is showing up quite clearly that there's some sort of toxic imbalanced at its very core connection that sort of is asking to be released a little bit, right? Venus in Leo in the 12th. Wow. I bet you attract a lot of people that are like secret ops or in secret competition with you, because you have such powerful heart and leadership energy, or people that want to come in at the very worst in kind of like a like they're your enemy and they just want to take that heart from you. And because it's in the 12th house, it could be things that you don't see, like secret ops, stuff you don't see coming. So I feel like that is a little bit of a lesson for you in this life, for sure. That would be, yeah. Anytime you've got something in your 12th house, it's like, why? But hey, lessons though, right guys? Yes, we love them. Soul growth and expansion, character building. You tell that I'm trying to convince myself that we love these things. Okay. We're moving on to Virgo. I love you so much, Leo. And I'll talk to you soon again. All right, what do we want to use for Virgo? Okay, we're going to use this deck. Sun in the 12th. Oh, God. At least with the sun there, I feel like you're more likely to... Yeah, Haley, just go back, because I can't go over it all again, because I spent quite a bit of time talking about that. So just go back a little bit. But sun in the 12th, I feel like that would at least shine more light on that than normally hits that sector of the chart. So I don't know. The sun is pretty powerful. Then again, people could come at you just for your light and no other reason other than they see something beautiful and shiny and they're like, let me destroy that, you know? Good times. Good times. Virgo, Venus, Pluto in the 12th. Yeah, I have Pluto in the 12th. I have Pluto in the 12th also. All right. Virgo. What's up? What's up, my little Virgo pops, my little babes? How are you? Ah, that's where the dark sense of humor comes from. It's all making so much sense, Veronica. All right. Let's see. You're like, on one hand, I'm constantly inspired and see the magic in the world, and I'm enchanted by the beauty and the possibility of life. On the other hand, fuck this shit and trauma. So, yay. 8th house, Leo, Mercury. Yeah. My moon and Chiron are in my 8th house, so it's the best of times. It's the worst of times. Let's see. Oh, you're Sag Pluto. I am Scorpio Pluto. Mine is still no filter, but a little darker even. Yeah, Chiron with my moon in the 8th house. It's God was like, do you want to be my strongest soldier in this life? Apparently some part of me said yes, so I love me for that. All right, let's get the rest of these cards down. Let's see. Okay. Why is that the... Oh. Cups, okay. You're lying to yourself. When will the death and rebirth cycle end? Oh, never? Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Especially because I'm a Scorpio rising and Pluto conjunct. And then, yeah, with the 8th house stuff. It's like, oh, the universe is just going to continue to poke my unhealing wound forever, and I'm always going to feel it with the moon there. Cool. All right. Cool, cool, cool. It's not that bad. There's like the massive potential for healing and being a healer in that area, I feel like, but it's not easy. Oh yeah, people trauma dump on me and then they project onto me as well constantly. It's like I trigger them without trying at all. It's just like my energy triggers a lot of people. And a lot of people also misunderstand my energy because what they're really seeing is themselves in me, but they don't like it, so then they project. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's fun though. I love hearing about people's charts because I'm like, man, I feel like it's the best way to learn astrology. Yeah. Yeah, doesn't it sound like a good time, guys? Let's see, the world in reverse. Clarify that for me. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I'm at peace with it after 36 years of life. Okay. Clarify? Yeah, okay. All right. Magic and telepathy is sick, but the downside is terrifying. Yeah, exactly. I just saw a quote the other day that was like, I like how it's like, you have trauma, but you're psychic. Make do. You have a lot of trauma, but you're very psychic. Make do or something. And I was like, have you been spying on me? Okay. Let's see what's going on for Virgo. I see you. Well, okay, hold on. Let me just timestamp first. I also feel like I'm gonna turn the heater off after Virgo. Or maybe now and just put a sweater on. I'm not really sure. Is the sound of the heater bothering you guys? I have no idea how loud it is picking up for you, or if it is annoying. I can just turn it off and put a sweater on. All right. Hi, Virgo. Not bothersome? Okay, sweet. All right, what is up, Virgo? I hope you're doing well. Let's take a look at where you're at with love, what you desire in love, where you're at in relation to that desire. And, okay, thanks, guys. What the main blocks are and how you can remove them. Okay, so what you currently are desiring out of love. Oh, I feel you, Obsidian. I so feel you with that. Okay, the 5 of Wands in reverse. You're like, I just want something that's not a complete and utter shit show that's going to absolutely destabilize and destroy me. So, can we make that happen? I feel like your desire for love in this case is kind of directly reflecting your past experiences of love, which is sometimes the case and sometimes not. So yeah, but you're definitely showing me that what you've experienced in the past, you've gotten into situations with people that were like kind of shit disturbers, you know, and kind of were like, let me just light this match and throw it into a gasoline filled room that also contains Virgo. It's like, it's giving you fall in love with the Joker kind of vibes, you know? But you're not having a good time. You're not Harley Quinn. You're just like your average Virgo that just wants stability and love. But the people that you're attracting in are chaotic clusterfucks, essentially, to put it in the nicest way that I can. And you're like, I just don't want that. I don't want conflict. I don't want chaos. I don't want to be constantly on edge, wondering if this person that I'm with is going to just light a match and blow the whole thing up. That's what you don't want. And your current energy in regards to love is the World in reverse with this card that says, I must say, for a charming, intelligent girl, you've certainly surrounded yourself, what does it say? With a remarkable collection of dopes. A remarkable collection of dopes. Okay. Problematic element, the World in reverse. You're in an old cycle that you haven't closed out yet. Okay? So we're going to look into that a little bit more. I feel like the cycle you're in, it's like you know that you are charming and intelligent and you know the kind of love that you deserve. However, I don't feel like you're in, okay, some of you are not in a place yet where you are done choosing that chaotic kind of love because, right, it's always a two-way street. It takes two to tango. You have to choose to accept the love or to invest in the love, and then someone else chooses the kind of love that they are giving as well to the situation. So whatever you experienced in the past that was super chaotic and confusing and stressful, you chose that to some degree, okay? Maybe you weren't doing it consciously, but a part of you was choosing that. And you're still not out of the woods in regards to that. There's still a part of you that does feel drawn to that kind of connection, or there's a part of you that is not drawn to that anymore, but you don't fully trust yourself not to choose something that is similar to what you've experienced in the past. So either there is a part of you that is still actively pulled towards this kind of chaotic thing you've experienced, or you just don't trust yourself fully because of the past. But either way, this cycle has not fully closed out yet, okay? I want to know more about that, because being not closed out, the Two of Cups in reverse, rut-row, you're causing, it looks a little bit like, okay, this is almost coming through as like, okay, well, if that's all that I'm ever going to experience in love, then I'm going to shift it, and I'm going to at least be the person that instigates it or chooses it actively, because then at least, at the very least, I don't feel like I'm just being sucked into these situations against my will and thrown off. At least I'm feeling like it's a choice that I'm actually making to invest in this, you know? But it's not what you actually want. In fact, it's the opposite of what you actually want. But there is a part of you here, I feel like, that is either still tempted to give to these connections that brought everything that you don't want into your life, essentially. Maybe therapy would be a good option. I mean, for pretty much everybody that watches tarot, therapy would be a great option. In some ways, tarot is therapy. Let's just be honest here. Okay. Let's look more into this, okay? Because I'm feeling a little bit of self-sabotage energies here, all right? And you're smart enough to be really, really good at self-sabotaging, and this can be problematic for you, Virgo. Problems, okay? Big problems. You know what I feel like sometimes happens with Virgo is my South Node is in Virgo, so I feel like I've experienced and learned and integrated a lot of the lessons from Virgo-esque challenges in like past lives. It's like, I've been there, I've done that. I can see clearly the way that you are fucking yourself over. But I'm not saying that in like a blaming you kind of way. I'm just saying that in a like, I can see clearly what you might not be able to see in yourself kind of way, you know? Some of my best friends have been Virgos, and I have like, they've always been like, you understand, on a freaking next level. And I'm like, I got you. My South Node has got you. My past trauma is here to support you. Can you cry? You can cry. Okay. So, 10 of Cups in reverse, the Emperor in reverse, the World in reverse. You are perpetuating the cycle of what you hate because you expect it. You've come to expect it, and so you're like, well, the way to be empowered over it, if it's gonna suck, is just to choose it and to be the one who chooses it first. Kind of like, well, if you're gonna hurt me, then I'll just hurt you first. But it's like, maybe that person wasn't going to actually hurt you. Maybe that person wasn't actually a part of this cycle, that you're just assuming maybe that something or someone, the next thing, the next one, no matter who that is, will always be part of this cycle. But I think you're assuming that because you have not released yourself from that cycle yet. So you yourself are still in it. Therefore, you're kind of anticipating that everything that comes towards you will also be part of that cycle. But it's like, well, not if you learn the karmic lesson, you know, and release yourself from it. Then you can experience this. which is you being liberated, empowered, assured, confident, and deeply emotionally fulfilled, which I think is something that you would actually prefer over chaos and conflict, you know? And that's not saying you're not still going to run up against some chaos and conflict in your life in these energies. Of course you will, because that's life, you know? But there's a big difference between being in this place where you're expecting something, and therefore expectation is just a form of assumption, right? And that is going to create that in your life. So when you're looking at something and you're assuming it, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because you're projecting that expectation and then you're drawing it towards you. And even if you're drawing things towards you that aren't part of that cycle, you won't be able to see them clearly for what they are, right? So there's a little bit of conflict between where you say you want to be and where you're actually allowing yourself to be, okay? If you want to be somewhere, you have to let yourself move forwards into that place, right? Okay. Otherwise, yeah, you're just stabbing yourself in the back, essentially. And then being like, I knew it. And it's like, well, you knew it because you did it to yourself to some degree, right? And the thing about humans is, like, we love being right about our beliefs, because then we feel safe. We're like, okay, I have a clear understanding of that. And oftentimes the things that scare us are things that we don't understand, or things that we can't, like, validate, right? Because we don't know where's the security in that belief then? Where's the proof, right? It seems harder to rely on. But the thing is, would you prefer something that has yet to prove itself to you, or something that is already proved that it is nonsense time and time and time and time and time and time again? There's a point where you don't want to be right about your belief because your belief sucks, right? And it's like, when you're assuming the worst, for instance, you don't want to be right about that belief. But that assumption is going to make it a lot more it's going to make you right about that difficult or unwanted truth more often than not. But again, it's because that's kind of what you've cemented in your head is true. And your mind can be really strong. Again, you're ruled by Mercury, right? So you're so intelligent that you can even find sneaky ways of doing this where you don't even realize that you are the one taking from yourself. You are the one sabotaging yourself. And it's not always the case. And it's not, I'm not trying to rip you apart or point a finger at you or blame everything on you. I'm just saying you are so intelligent that you have the ability to do this to yourself, and you sometimes do it to yourself. And it's very hard for other people to even see it, because the way that you put that sabotage into motion is so refined and strategic and intelligent that sometimes other people don't even catch it. Sometimes you don't even catch it, you know, because sometimes it's your subconscious doing that. So just, yeah, something to consider. No one is ever crueler to a Virgo than a Virgo is to themselves. And that's just keeping it a stack, okay? But I hate to see it, because you guys are beautiful, and I hate to see it. So, the block that wants to come up for you, the main block, the Ace of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups in reverse, with this quote from Fight Club, "You met me at a very strange time in my life." Okay. There is a new opportunity available to you, and it is divinely offered and has a lot of abundance and expansion attached to it, the Ace of Pentacles. The only issue is the Nine of Cups in reverse. You've already convinced yourself, because of, you know, being in this old cycle, that as charming and intelligent as you are, the only things that you draw to yourself are idiots that are just going to bring conflict and chaos to your life. What is in front of you at this time is not that, but you are telling yourself that it is that, and so therefore it's going to be that to you, right? Because you're forming that reality even though it's not true. And again, you're kind of the only one strong enough to shift your perspective. Like, as hard as somebody tries to prove that they are not something to you, if you've decided that they are, it's going to be incredibly difficult to not do that, you know? Or to do that. It's going to be hard for anyone to prove to you that they're not part of this old cycle when you have already convinced yourself, yeah, you're just going to let me down, you know? And it kind of like takes, it's kind of deflating, I feel like, for people that try, because it's like, well, I don't even stand a chance. Like, it's like you're cutting me down before I even get off the ground with you. So is it worth trying? Is it worth fighting for then, if you've already decided and I'm picking up that you've decided? It's like there could be a prosperous like opportunity right in front of you that's everything that you want, but when you look at it, you're not seeing it clearly. So it might as well be more of the past bullshit. It might as well not be your wish fulfillment, because you're already deciding that it's not anyways. So what's the point in trying then, right? So you might find that you draw in situations that do have a lot of potential, right? But you cut down that potential. You limit that potential because of your expectation of how things are going to be and how you're going to be let down, even when that's not true at all. And there's something about it where you kind of justify, you're like, I'm in a transitional phase of my life. Maybe you've been telling yourself for a very long time that you're coming out of this. But how long does it take to close out a cycle that has already been open for a long time? It takes as long as you decide it takes, honestly, right? This is like you averting accountability. I just got to be real. You're intelligent and refined mentally enough to handle the truth, which is why I'm talking to you the way I'm talking to you, okay? It's not because I'm trying to bully you. It's because I fucking know that you can take it. And the only way that it might actually get through to you is if I do say it like this. So I hope that you understand that it is coming from the heart. But it's the way that the message is coming through. It's like Virgo needs it said straight, you know? You gotta say it straight. And then run away so that they don't stab you with the pitchfork. But I do love you, and that's the way it's coming through. How to remove this, okay? The 5 of Cups and the 8 of Cups. The reason that this cycle is continuing is because there is some grief and disappointment that you are refusing to release, okay? And as long as you are containing that grief and disappointment, then it's going to be really hard for you to feel like you're in another cycle, because you're still essentially dragging the baggage from your last cycle into new things with you, right? So it's like you're not going to feel like you're in a new cycle, even if you are, because you've got this big baggage, like big thing of baggage and grief and pain that you're sort of pulling along with you. So you're still feeling the heaviness and the weight of that, and it's very much an emotional thing for you. And this could be something that you need to feel. You need to feel it to heal it. The only way out is through. You know, energy is never destroyed or created, it's only transformed, which means that the only way to move energy, like you can't repress something and not look at it and expect it to go away. It's never going to go away then. You'll hold it forever. It will always affect you, right? The only way is to transform that energy. And things can be transformed just by looking at them, just by shining consciousness on something. That alone can be enough to transform it. Or another step beyond that, even better, taking accountability for the places that you are screwing yourself over, right? Instead of looking at the world around you and being like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm charming, I'm intelligent, and I just keep calling in idiots. It's like, you have no part to play in that, though. You do, because you're smart enough to know. You know who the idiots are. You know who is worth your time. You are not stupid. You are very smart. This is skewing your vision. This is skewing your vision. And it keeps you in a maze in your own mind. It keeps you very stuck because there's all of this water, all of this emotion that you are immersed in, that you're like not even admitting that you're immersed in. It's like you're drowning and you're like, I'm not in the ocean. I'm on dry land. It's like, are you sure about that though? The Eight of Cups, you can walk away from this. You can let go of the things that have disappointed you, because by carrying them, you're just allowing them to continue to disappoint you, even if they're not even in your life anymore. Let's say you broke up with someone like years ago, but you're still holding on to the grief. Well, then you're allowing that situation to continue to affect you and to hurt you, right? And you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to. You can start over. The Page of Cups. You can start small. That's okay. Oftentimes, starting over requires you to start small. But yeah, there's something that you gotta get out. You gotta get away from here, okay? I don't know how to say it any other way, but you got the devil in you, and you're gonna need to exercise that demon out now, okay? Okay. I love you so much, Virgo. And now we're moving on to Libra. All right, let's just hop, skip, and jump into Libra now. But no, I seriously do love you so much. Virgos are some of the people that I've loved most in my whole life and continue to love most. Find Jesus, y'all. Call an exorcist. Okay, it's reminding me of that line where Beyonce says, if you scared, call the priest or something. If you're scared, call the priest. Virgo, if you're afraid, get out that holy water, do something, okay? But just for God's sake, please stop trying to convince yourself that you're not where you are and that you're not doing something to actively keep yourself there, okay? Okay. We're moving on to Libra, though. And the thing is with you, Virgo, is like, it is really all in your hands and in your power and your control. It is with everybody, but like, I know that the things that I'm saying to you are true. Okay. If this is your message. If it's not your message, then for good Lord, then don't take it, please. All right? I know. Death and rebirth. It's not that difficult. I do it every Tuesday for me. No, I'm just kidding. It's more like daily. But, okay. Let me just hydrate and smoke after that, because I can already see the flood of Virgos in my comment section. I love you so much, though. The thing is, though, is, it wasn't a joke. Definitely death and rebirth happens for me on the daily, for sure. I have these deep insights, and then I'm like, well, it looks like my entire being needs to shift now. And I'm like, oh my. Just because you have the Scorpio energy, though, it doesn't make it easy. I mean, death and rebirth is not easy. Even signs that are literally focused around the idea and concept of change and maybe find it easier than most. Like, for instance, Scorpio is fixed water. They're a fixed sign. However, it's all about change. Tell me what kind of cosmic fuckery springs forth here, you know? Tell me why the gods are laughing at me every day of my life. And they're like, ah, Scorpio, ah, ah, ah. You know, it's like, I digress. We're moving on, okay? We're moving on to Virgo, or not Virgo. We're moving on from Virgo. We're moving on to Libra. But yeah, the struggle is real. I can change anything else, but in the love department, I suck. Yeah, relatable. Love is a difficult thing. The way that we relate to love is hard to shift. It really can be, because it's such a defining energy in our lives, and it's something that we all generally desire on some level. And for that reason, it deeply impacts us, you know? Every single person has been deeply impacted by love or a lack of love. That's just truth, right? So we got to just do the best that we can do with what we've got. It's why they give you an Aries Venus, to be able to find some sort of comedic release, I assume. I hope so, yeah. Just to lighten things up a little bit. Oh, Lord. But yeah, at least it's in my 5th house too, thank God. A little bit of fun in there. However, it's also in its detriment. Venus is in its detriment in Aries. So it's like you will find humor in the trauma while creating more of a mess or more struggle, you know? But I've actually grown to kind of love that placement, so I'm not really complaining. All right, Libra. Libra. This mug, my grandma bought this for me, which is why I use it all the time, because I love her and it reminds me of her. But yeah, she went on a trip and she brought this back for me because she knows that I collect coffee mugs. And I've just been using this one basically exclusively since then because it's adorable. And she's adorable. So she just turned 89. She is a Libra, actually. She is a Libra. Speak of the devil. Speaking of the devil here. Okay. Let's see. Your moon is in Libra. Nice. It is an opportunity for creativity, you're right. And the thing is, the places where I've been like destroyed by love in the past, I've poured that into art, and the best art that I've created has come from me being like demolished at the hands of love. So the artist side of me is like, the pain is worth it for the art. It's like I go into relationships sometimes and I'm like, I know this is gonna fuck me up, but hey, for the art. Well, that was a less evolved me. Let's hope. That was a less evolved me. Good times. Okay, what's going on for Libra? In regards to love, what does Libra need to know? Art is definitely healing. Yeah, that was me all through my 20s, for real. Things did change for sure once I hit my 30s. I was like, I don't have to destroy myself. Okay, Libra. Let me see. Feel the cramps returning, and it's gonna be a no for me. So let's see here. 6 of Cups, reverse. Okay. Can I get 2 more? Yes. Honestly, everything, I don't know. Everything got much better when I got to my 30s. I know people are like, oh, that's when your life starts to end. Absolutely the fuck not. I have to say, if anyone out there is in their 20s or nearing 30 and you are afraid, please know that such amazing things are headed your way. You will know yourself better than you've ever known yourself, and by extension, you'll be able to call in things that are more aligned with you. Most of the best opportunities, I feel like, start coming to you because you're a little more stabilized in your energy. Because you're more stabilized in your energy, you can kind of play around a little bit more as well, and it doesn't feel so, you don't feel so insecure. Your 30s are awesome, honestly. You just turned 33. Girl, I'm 36 and I'm not grown up. Come on. What is grown up? Let's be real. Let's see. That one wants to come out. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get you some oracle cards here. Growing up is a fallacy. I feel like age is just not even a thing. I don't know. It's kind of just a confining number that we use to judge, I think, more often than not, which I personally think is kind of bullshit, but and usually not that accurate, to be honest. Okay. Let me see here. So, let's get you some oracle cards and get into this. It's my shit too. I totally feel you. Your best friend is in her 50s and she says the same. Yeah. I feel it. Wait. Me being like, why is no smoke coming out? Well, Lisa, you would have to put something in there in order to smoke it. Okay, we're going to wait until Scorpio to do that. That's where my mind is at right now, guys. Let's see. Okay, clarify. Going to a club? No. Talking about emotions and tarot? Yes, I feel you. Okay. All right. What's up with this? Scorpio needs this reading. I know it in my heart. Oh, yes. Scorpio always needs their readings. I love it. Okay. Let me just double check something. Okay. Let's see. What's up, Libra? How are you doing, my beautifuls? All right. let's take a look at love, how you are experiencing it, how you are desiring it, where you are experiencing resistance, and how you can burn through that to get the good lovin' that you deserve. All right. So it's telling me that your desired love is the 9 of Pentacles. All right. And the energy that you are in is the moon in reverse, Piscean energy, with this oracle card. It says, never again, just tonight. Okay. All right. Shots fired. So let's clarify this a little bit. You're telling me, though, that it's important that you feel free in love, that you don't lose your independence somehow. And that is important for you. That's an important sticking point for you. There's an element of yourself that you really are like, I don't want to lose that element of myself, and therefore I couldn't be with someone that asked me to compromise. And I think that it's interesting because Libra is very much about union, and it's about the self and the other. But sometimes I think because of that, you more than most signs need to be really clear on what you will and will not compromise on. Because if you are not clear on those things, then you end up compromising things you should never compromise and learning the hard way. And I feel like I'm talking to some Libras who you've experienced that. And now you're at a point where you're like, no more, no mas. I'm not going to experience that again. And so I would like to maintain some freedom, some feelings of liberation and independence. I just want to clarify that. Tell me a little bit more about that 9 of Pentacles, okay? You're feeling a connection with the Leo reading. I don't remember the Leo reading. Usually when I'm channeling, I don't remember until I like watch the video back again. Because it's just energy like flowing through me. Let's see. Tell me about this 9 of Pentacles. The 3 of Pentacles. Okay. Okay. So what I wanted to know was like, are you defensive though? Or do you just want balance? Like you don't want to be consumed by your partner. And you're telling me, no, I do still want to build. It's not that I am like shut down to connection. I do still want to build, but I also need time to introspect. I need time to give myself the self-care and self-love that I need in order to keep myself in a stable, balanced state where my life can flourish. So you're basically saying that when you don't have enough space to maintain this falls apart or suffers anyways. So you're like, I know that I need a love that doesn't suffocate me, but that gives me space to still be myself. And that doesn't mean that I want to build any less. And that doesn't mean that I'm unwilling to compromise or meet someone in the middle. It's just, this is a point that I will not compromise on. That's kind of what you're saying. Okay. So that's the kind of love you're looking for. Well, love should never make you feel chained or not free anyways. So I think that that's positive. A positive standard to set. All right. Tell me about the moon in reverse. I feel like this is something that is being revealed to you for sure. And it might be something that you are also revealing to someone else. It's like something you're experiencing or some enlightenment that you're gaining through personal, like the personal introspection or exploration. And you could be actually making yourself vulnerable to someone to share with them the ways that you get in your own way because you're feeling like that is being illuminated to you right now. You could be seeing the ways that your fears and insecurities and your subconscious cause you resistance or have in the past. Specifically, there's a tendency to give a lot to things that are not it's like not being honest with yourself about what you actually want. It's kind of like shortchanging yourself, right? And not being strong on that point of, I will not compromise. I deserve what I deserve. I deserve to be in my power. I deserve to not sacrifice myself at the altar of love, like I said before. And I deserve something that is balanced and fair and gives to my life, not something that just creates pain and woundedness and instability, which is true. However, you're saying, or you're seeing here, that you do have a tendency to fall into or fall back into situations that you know are not this. Okay, so it's kind of like your kryptonite here. And I think that this has caused you to not completely trust yourself. Because in the past, you gave to things that were not in alignment with what you truly deserve and desire. And not only were they not in alignment, but then it's like when those things returned, you were like, yeah, why not? Let's go another round. You know what I mean? And I think that there was something where you learned this lesson was like a cycle that lasted a while. And it took you a while to learn whatever this was. And I think because, I think you lost some trust in yourself that you're trying to rebuild and reestablish here. Because you're like, I knew that wasn't it. So why did I keep on offering myself to it, you know? I think that these are the things that you're getting pretty vulnerable with yourself to explore right now. And you very well could be sharing these insights with someone that you care about. Because it's almost like you want them to understand why you are the way that you are, why you have trouble trusting yourself. You might want to help them understand that it's not necessarily about you not trusting them. It's more about you not trusting yourself. And this is why. Not because you're an unstable or bad person, but just because due to a lesson that you needed to learn in the past, you made some questionable decisions, you know? And they weren't mistakes because you needed to learn that lesson. But at the same time, I think that there might be a little bit of shame or guilt surrounding this. And you're having a difficult time trusting yourself enough to be in that energy of assuredness moving forwards with something that maybe you would very much like to build or trust, if that makes sense. Okay, so the most prominent block for you is the King of Pentacles in reverse and the Six of Cups in reverse. Some of you have experienced pretty heavy control, manipulation, abuse, gaslighting, narcissistic stuff. For some of you, it doesn't have to be, but I'm seeing that clearly here. Some of you are not fully seeing yet why or how your tendency to fall back into certain things that are not good for you, the truth of where that actually is stemming from is pretty deep. And it's not just, you might just be like, why am I stupid? Why am I an idiot? Why do I keep on doing this to myself? But I feel like there's something pretty deep that impacted you in the past that kind of messed up. It messed with your head. It really cut you down. And it almost made you believe for a second that you ain't shit. You ain't worth shit. You don't deserve shit. You know, it's kind of like someone who's giving you hell and they're like, this is what you deserve and you're going to take it, you know, because this is what you are. And that is essentially what abusive people or narcissists will, you know, they will abuse you and they will convince you that that is what you deserve somehow. And that is gaslighting, right? Even when you try to tell yourself that's not my truth. I know that I do deserve more than this. I know that I want more than this. And I know that I want to stand up for more. Sometimes when someone is sitting there telling you again and again and again that that's not what you deserve, then you internalize that to a degree, right? You have this card of Lisa Simpson saying, does it make you feel superior to tear down people's dreams? In the past, you dealt with people who they either never accomplished their own greatest hopes and dreams, and therefore they're quite triggered by people who are en route to fulfilling their dreams, or who are actually brave enough to go after what they really deserve and desire, right? Because they weren't for some reason. They get triggered and competitive towards people who then reflect that back to them. Because again, what's being reflected back to these people is their own insecurities and shortcomings that they could choose to look at and then deal with to evolve and better themselves and be fulfilled, right? But instead, certain people will take, like, if they're not evolved or they're not willing to evolve, they will take that and they will essentially weaponize your dreams against you. And they will do everything in their power to tear you down or to cut you down, because they're like, how dare you have those dreams, you know? And what they're really saying to themselves is, how dare I have those dreams? Because they don't think that they are worthy of having the goals or the dreams that they have, or they don't believe that they are able to fulfill them. So then they're projecting on the people around them, well, how dare you? But what they're really feeling is their own inadequacy, right? It's just, rather than looking at themselves clearly, they choose to divert from that by judging other people the way that they're actually judging themselves internally. And that can be really, really messy. It can be really, really confusing to be on the other end of something like that. Bye, beloved. Love you, girl. See you soon, I hope. Okay. The Six of Cups in reverse, though. Yeah, it's truly cutting ties with these things. I feel like there's something that you still have to let it burn a little bit. You could still be connected to someone that kind of brings this energy into your life, right? And I'm not saying they have to be a raging narcissist. I'm not saying that at all. Every single person has the ability to exhibit narcissistic traits, right? So it could be anywhere on the drama scale, swing of the pendulum. So just put yourself anywhere in there where you feel you are. For some of you, this is a parent. For some of you, this is an authority figure of some sort that's still in your life, like a teacher, a guru, an elder of some sort. It doesn't have to be a masculine energy, but it could be for a lot of you with the King of Pentacles there. But the block is that someone here is still tearing down your dreams a little bit, or they're still making you feel ashamed, guilty, or like you're asking for too much, which is bullshit, you know? And there needs to be a little bit of distance, I feel like. There needs to be the closure of the cycle the way that it has been with this energy in your life. I'm not saying you need to completely cut this person out. Like, let's say it's your dad, right? You might not need to cut that person completely out, but there is the closure of the past cycle that needs to happen in order for you to put some distance between yourself and this pain. Because it's still affecting you, and it's causing you to kind of perpetuate this in different relationships in your life, or it's causing you to return to the crime scene, you know, return to places where you already got hurt, and chances are you're going to get hurt again. But there's like a tendency to go back there, to be like the lamb leading yourself to slaughter. or the lamb walking into the lion's den, right? Being like, maybe this time I won't get hurt. Maybe this time I won't get mauled. But there's this quote that says, what does it say? The beauty of a deer cannot make a wild lion kind, or something like that. So you might have this element of yourself, Libra, where you are like, well, if I just keep showing up and showing more love, then maybe I can draw this out of them. You know, maybe you see that and you want to empathize and you want to see the best in people. So it's like you keep on putting yourself back in that space, hoping that it will be different. But I feel like you have enough. Experience with whatever this is to know that it kind of adds more conflict to your life than anything, and that when you're doing well, it kind of has a way of deflating you or making you feel like you're stupid for pursuing something that you really want. It has a way of getting in your head and under your skin that is very detrimental to you. Let's just say that. And it puts you in a space of feeling depleted, disempowered, and honestly like head fucked. Like you don't know. It's like you're convinced of what you want, what you deserve, and what you're moving towards. And then you have a conversation with someone that tears that down, and then you leave being confused about it, right? Lisa, what's up, babe? Okay, so the way to release this resistance is the 5 of Swords and the Fool in reverse. 7 of Swords, Knight of Wands in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so if it manipulates, if it plays games, if it constantly brings situations and scenarios and conversations to your doorstep that where nobody wins, where no one walks away having gained anything of any true value, then do your absolute best to not do this, okay? To not put yourself back in the range of fire, because you're gonna catch some strays. You just are, you know? So let me see, let's clarify this a little bit more. What I'm basically getting, to put it really simply here for you, is that there's something that you know the truth of, and you know, it's like you have evidence to see that something is not changing in your life, someone is not changing in your life, and that's okay. But then you kind of need to adjust your perception, your expectations, and the way that you show up to deal with that person, right? And I think that what Spirit is saying is that there's just a hard truth that you kind of want to accept. So even if this is someone that you really love, like let's say again, it is a parent, right? I'm not saying you have to stop loving them or revoke that, but there might be a certain level of distance that you need to keep this person at in order to not get sucked into destruction, or in order to not feel like your dreams are being drained, or your expectations are being smashed on the rocks, or like maybe the way that they consistently show up is causing you to have lower expectations of people in the world around you by extension. So it's like, let's say you had that relationship with your father, and then every relationship you get in romantically echoes that in some way. Like your dad didn't know how to really love you and care for you, and so every relationship romantically you've had has been with people that are emotionally unavailable or don't know how to really love you, right? Or have a coldness about them, just for instance. There's the need to put those pieces together and to be really honest with yourself. And it doesn't mean that you need to shit on this person. It doesn't mean that you need to project all of the blame onto them. It just means that you need to be realistic. That's what I think. Tell me about the Fool in reverse, though, here. Because there comes a time when you have to prioritize protecting yourself. Yeah. Because the thing is, you can trust yourself, Libra. You have gained a transcended kind of perspective and view on this. And it hasn't come easily to you. It's been something that you've had to curate through looking deep within yourself to build yourself back up after people have torn you down. And so remember the work that you've done to get to where you are. Sometimes the only way to win against the devil is not to play, is not to engage, you know? Or just to be very strict with your guidelines on how much you will engage and where your boundaries are. Because it's a slippery slope with the devil, you know? So that's what I'm seeing for you, Libra, okay? But overall, I see that you are doing this. You're forming these boundaries. You have a very clear perspective of what you want, what you need, what you haven't received in the past, and why you need it. You know, you have clarity on this. It's just there's this slippery slope, this tendency to get sucked back into things that are not good for you, right? So when the devil calls you, when you say, okay, I'm never doing that again, and then the devil calls you up and says, just tonight, it's going to be a good time, you know? And you're like, okay, no, don't do it, Libra. Because I feel like every time you slide back in, it reinforces something inside of you that is pretty harmful. And it's not that you can't get past it. You absolutely can, and you're already on your way to getting past it. Just remember how far you've come. Remember that you are worthy of continuing to crawl out of this. And yeah, you're worthy and you can do it. Okay. Okay. So, I think partially what you're learning is how to love yourself and not sacrifice yourself in order to give love to somebody else. It's like you're sort of realizing that you can prioritize yourself and still love people well. In fact, you can love people much better when you do hold those healthy boundaries, because then you're keeping yourself intact. And when you're intact, you have a lot more to offer, right? So, yeah. You're doing the good work here, babes. Keep it up, all right? I love you, Libra. We're moving on to Scorpio. Oh, this reading it's deep, and it's got some weight and some kick to it that I wasn't exactly expecting. Dale, yes, it was. It was. I should just know by now that they're gonna be that way, but yeah. Okay, so I hope that was helpful though. Let's see here. Where are my Scorpio fam? Where's my Scorpio fam? Fammy jam. How are you guys doing out there? You holding up? You holding up okay? All right. I might go to the washroom, get a coffee, take another painkiller, and then dive into Scorpio. I think I need those things to pull me through at this point, you guys. I think it's that time. Will you wait for me if I take a couple minutes here? 5 minutes? 5-ish minutes? Okay. Yeah, I think it might be good for me to get up and walk upstairs to get a coffee anyway, stretch my legs a little bit. But when we get back, we are going to have renewed focus for Scorpio because I'm sure it's also going to have its depth to it as well. Lisa, what's up, babes? You got here just in time for Scorpio. However, I'm taking a short break to go to the washroom and grab a coffee, but I will be back. All right. Give me a second, you guys. Hola! I'm back. Luna wants a treat, so just give me a second. Because apparently we give treats just for being cute around here. Yeah, there you go. All right. I have returned with coffee and an empty bladder. And it feels good, guys. Okay, too much information. Anyways, is there ever too much information? Scorpio rising says no. Let's see. All right. Let's get into, speaking of Scorpio, let's get into that energy. I have returned to call myself out, so we love this. Maybe that's why I really needed to take a break. I was like, when I come back, I get to, yes, I packed the vape. I actually made sure there was something in it this time, guys. To be honest, I hate smoking from a vape. I much prefer rolling a little spliff, but much easier to smoke a vape inside. All right, so where did I put that? Here. Okay, let's see. Let me get started here. Scorpio. Let's clear a little bit, just because, you know, it's been not heavy in a bad way, but we're talking real talk here tonight and every night. So let's just give a little cleanse before we continue on. Put it over here. Let it work its way. Okay. Usually I just let Paulo do its thing until it finishes, and then I know that it has done the cleansing necessary. Just let it do its own thing. I hope you guys are hanging in there with me. Welcome back. I have returned from my voyage to get caffeine. Okay. All right. Scorp. Okay, this is looking like it's getting there. Okay. Let's see what's going on for my beautiful, my sexy little stingers, my Scorpios. What do my Scorpios need to know about the love they desire, where they are at kind of in relation to that love, and the most prominent block or resistance that they're facing, as well as how they can work through that. Because we need some real good loving. 'Cause I'm troubled by the things that I've seen. Preach, Luda, preach. Let's see. Your stomach hurts because you are both Scorpios. God bless you. Anytime you get two scorpionic energies together, it is like, woo, woo. The person that I am dating right now, we both have very strong Martian and Plutonian energy. Nervous laugh. No, but highly transformative, highly sexy, you know, big vibes. Just want to make sure we don't kill each other. Not meaning to, just, you know, the force of it. The combined force of it, of the power, is a lot. But I feel like when you have two people like that, the love can be like huge. Like the love can be insane. The love can be other frickin' worldly. But you have to, it's like with great power comes great responsibility. You know, it's like you really have to be careful that you are honoring yourself and the other person, because it's crazy energy. And not everybody even wants a love like that just because, I mean, I do because I'm fucking crazy, but not everybody wants a love like that just because it's super intense. You know what I mean? We need to talk. Add me on Instagram. My Insta is in the description box. Or join our Discord. We talk all the crazy people that are like my kind of crazy people, though. The same kind of crazy as me. We are all on Discord. Well, I don't know how much help I'll actually be to you because I myself am very much still working through it. The things that I am facing and being triggered by. Do both. We would love to have you. Well, I would love to have you on Instagram. I'm sure everyone would love to have you on Discord. Okay. What does Scorpio need to know? Why, Scorpio? Dear Lord. Oh my gosh, this is a Scorpio reading. Yes. Be accepting of your energy. Scorpio can struggle to do that. Oh, Scorps. I don't have to ask why. I know it's the masochist in us, but you know, I just didn't want to assume immediately that that's what it was gonna be, even though I knew. I know well enough to know. Yes, if you got it, smoke it. If you got it, hydrate. If you got it, drink the tea, caffeine up, you know, whatever your vibe is. This is not a channel where we discriminate. This is not, yeah, no, this isn't that place. This is very much a safe and open environment here. So if you came to discriminate, go off. Not gonna affect me. Okay, let's see. Getting ready for this bomb. Yeah, me as well. It will be lovingly dropped, okay? Let me see. Why do you want to come out? Okay. Ugh. I don't want to cry in this reading, Scorpio. Like, is it too much to ask? Clarify your Scorpio's energy right now. Let me just soften a little bit here into this. Oh my gosh. I'm most likely going to cry in this reading. So if you can't handle the raw emotion, why are you watching a Scorpio reading, first of all? And secondly, just go. Go now. Consider this your turn back now or forever hold your peace sign outside the haunted house. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Scorpio. Why you gotta do me like this every time? It's because I love you and I feel you so deeply. Because one of my main gifts is clairsentience. So it's like my primary gifts are claircognizance and clairsentience, which are the most subtle of the subtles, if you will. It's clear feeling and clear thinking, and it's basically what you feel, I feel when I am channeling your energy. What you feel, I normally always feel anyways, because I am in your energy 100% of the time, as I am one of you. But sometimes it just strikes me in such a way where, like, it hits me and I'm feeling your feelings, but also knowing so clearly, not just because of my gifts, but because I can genuinely relate, you know, like I've gone through or am going through the same thing. And it's very emotional because it's deep. It's always deep with you. And that's not problematic at all. It's just, you know how it is. Okay. Let's see. So, hi, Scorpio. All right. Let's see what's going on, okay? So, it's telling me that the love it's telling me that the love that you most desire right now is the Five of Pentacles destitution. Okay. So the Five of Pentacles is a card of scarcity and lack. It's a card of always wanting and desiring but never being fulfilled. And it's a card of feeling like you are on the outside. It's like there's like a warm castle with a burning fire and a party going on inside, and you are quite literally dying of starvation and cold on the front step, and that's kind of the vibe. So why is this the love that you are desiring? Scorpio. Okay. This is something. Oh, God, I hate when you do this to yourself so much. Okay. This just really hurts me. Because you're hurting yourself and you're doing it knowingly, on some level. It's like It's like someone who, 3 commercials. It's supposed to be doing 1 commercial every 24 minutes. That's the setting I set it to. So if it's not, I'm going to have to kick someone's ass, as if I'll ever be able to talk to anyone at YouTube. But I'll check on the commercial placement when I'm done this live, because that should not be. But basically, you just missed me crying, so don't worry about that. No, it started around 4 hours, 22 minutes. If you want to go back, that's like the timestamp I put down for it. Okay. God granted me that slight interruption because I was just going to spiral, and I just can't right now. Okay, because we're never going to get through this reading if I do. But this is emotional for me, and it's because I have this gift of seeing in people what they can't see in themselves. And I've always had this since I was like a kid, right? And that is both sides of the coin. That's their darkest shadow and where they hurt themselves the most. And that is their most divine. It's the demon and the angel in them, in all of us, right? I can see their greatest potential. I can see their greatest trigger, their greatest wound. I can see these points in people very clearly. And sometimes the way that you hurt yourself is, it's almost like you're used to being isolated. And so it's like someone who is always alone or is used to being isolated, just adopting the belief that, okay, well, I'll always be alone. And then just hardening themselves into that reality, even though the thing that they want most is the opposite of isolation. It's vulnerability, it's intimacy, it's connection on a very deep level. You know what I mean? You want that more than any other sign in the zodiac. It's more built into you to desire that. Because what is intimacy? It's going deep, and it's allowing someone else to go deep with you. And you go deep, you know, you go to the very bottom. And the thing is, what you really desire more than anything is not to change who you are and how you are, but it's to find someone that can ditch the water wings, you know, ditch the kiddie pool and meet you in your deep, dark waters and not be intimidated and it not be too much for them. I will not have you without the darkness that hides within you. I will not let you have me without the madness that makes me. If our demons cannot dance, neither can we. This is very Scorpionic. You know what I mean? Because we are not, it's not like, I want the light of you. I want only the best of you. It's like, no, I want all of you. And I understand what I'm saying when I say that. You know what I mean? Like, people don't think that we understand what we're saying. Do you understand that Scorpio is fixed water? Do you know the emotional loyalty? And the thing is, the only way we can be that emotionally loyal to people is by accepting all of them. And we have the ability to do that because we are so comfortable and acquainted with the darkness and the madness and the demons. This is like a Scorpio in their, you know, natural habitat. But the thing is, we want someone who can meet us there so badly because we know that anything less than that is not really true intimacy or vulnerability, at least not in our eyes, right? It's like, if my soul is not merging into yours, then it's not what I'm looking for. But that terrifies a lot of people, you know? And the thing is that everybody is scared of that level of intimacy. The reason, though, that Scorpio gets pegged as the sign that is so scared of being open, right, is because we're the only ones that will even admit it to begin with, that we want that level of intimacy. Like, hello, everyone else won't even admit the desire. At least we're open and honest about the desire. But your hopes and your fears, your desires and your fear always go together. They are intrinsically connected, right? Because what you hope for the most will probably also be what you fear losing the most, what you fear rejecting you the most, what you fear not actually being what it says it is the most, right? So it's like the things that we desire the most, our greatest fear is also connected to that. And Scorpio is just open about the whole range of that. But the reason that you are wanting to choose this destitute love, this love that makes you feel as isolated as you are used to being, essentially that just perpetuates the worst ideas and beliefs that you have about yourself. You're telling me, like, I'm looking for something that validates the worst things that I believe about myself. And it is masochism, and it is feeling pain just to feel something at all. It's like cutting yourself just to see yourself bleed, just to know that you're alive. But there are like easier ways than that, And I think that we can forget that at times. But to clarify this came the King of Swords, authority, the Knight of Wands, instigation, and the Magician, right? So it's telling me that, like, you're choosing this, and you're choosing this, but you're saying, like, this way at least I'm in control of the hurt. When I'm the instigator, when I'm the one actively manifesting it, actively choosing it, saying, Lisa, this is the love I desire, bring it on. You're hurting yourself before someone else can hurt you. But you're hurting yourself in like the worst, deepest way possible. It's like you don't know how to do it halfway. The Scorpio doesn't know how to half sting, right? It's like, but how about you just don't sting yourself at all? Scorpio has at least 3 like official spirit animals, right? And the lowest one is the scorpion. And then up from that is the eagle. And then up from that is the phoenix. You're back. So you don't have to stay on the ground in the poison, Scorpio. You're not actually meant to. So, the energy that you are currently in is the 5 of Wands, competition in reverse. You are not fighting for what you actually want. You're just choosing this. And I don't know why. I don't know what led you to this point, okay? But something did. And you all have a story. And all of them are valid, Weaker people would have gotten here much faster than you had they experienced the things that you experienced. But there's a reason that you are on this path in this life. And it's because you're strong enough to handle it. And you're strong enough to not just endure it, but you're strong enough to be broken down to such a degree, right? Death and rebirth, that you can come back someone with so much love and healing energy that you can help the world because of that. But you don't have to stay in that hellscape enduring that forever. You're not supposed to. Otherwise, you never have a chance to give yourself the gift and others the gifts that you gained through going through that. But there's something here that you want to fight for. You do. You are not scared of a little conflict. You are used to being the instigator. That's why it's so easy for you to take that energy and just direct it in a self-harming, self-destructive way, because you're very connected to that life force. You're a water sign, but you're Mars ruled partially as well. And even Pluto is very much a transformative, like action kind of planet. So you don't mind conflict. You don't mind chaos. And while sometimes you hate to change because you're fixed, you still understand the necessity of it. So this usually doesn't really bother you, but there's something it's like you're refusing to fully fight for, even though you want it very badly. But you want it a certain way. And it's kind of like, if I can't have you this way, then I won't choose you at all, almost. But you're looking at this thing. You might be acting like you're not fighting for it, acting like you're not invested, actively putting yourself out in the cold in some sort of way. But the truth is, you're looking at this thing and this card just speaks to me of like desire and not being able to not look, right? It's like something that you're so pulled to that you're like, but you don't want to admit that you're looking. There's something you desire so badly that you don't want to look directly at the desire. And that is different for you. There's something you want so badly that you won't even start to fight for it, because that's how fast that deep fear that is connected to the desire comes in. This is something that you're going to have to, like, both love and desire and fear, they're all in the room together. And you're going to have to choose which side of the room you're going to run to. Are you going to run towards fear, or are you going to run towards love? Because both are equally as intense in you right now. And it's like it's a tie, It's like you are the defining factor that chooses which way this thing goes. But please don't choose, like, love is in the room, Scorpio. Don't choose this. Don't assume that something that you desire so badly is going to hurt you. But the thing is, this is what led up to this, okay? So your deepest blocks or resistance, right, to love right now is the Queen of Pentacles, nurture, and the Ten of Swords, despair. So you have these two parts of you that we've spoke about that are very, they're both present in you at all times. You're capable of being at the lowest point and at the highest point, where you take such good care of yourself and you're loving and nurturing and stable, or where you put 10 swords in your own back because you can see it coming, or because it already happened, or because it's inevitable, because you understand the cyclical nature of life and the duality of life so well that you're smart enough that you know that it's inevitable. But does that mean that it's not worth loving at all or living at all just because pain is inevitable? You know that that's not true. What is that? That is a life without passion. That's a life you would never want to live. That's a life that you don't actually want to choose. And I know you don't. Because like I said, anything below your level of passion and desire is like subpar, not true, like intimacy and vulnerability and passion for you. You have like standards to these things, and you deeply want a love that is as vulnerable and intimate as you are, that wants to see the darkness, the madness, and the demons in you the way that you want to see it in them, and that will stick around despite it all. Yeah, like when you see the devil in the other person, will you run? You understand that the shadow is just a part of the whole. Right? So I also think, though, okay, so the thing is, you know that both of these parts exist within you, and you engage with both of them quite frequently, the light and the shadow. You are also a very passionate person who is led by their desire a lot of the time, and that's not a bad thing. It's kind of like your compass, to be honest. It doesn't really lead you astray often, but there are usually a couple difficult lessons that Scorpio does need to learn. And one of them, I feel like, is that following all of your desires isn't freedom. And the reason for that, though, is this card. So this phrase means, or translates to, the call of the void. It's a French phrase used to refer to intellectual thoughts or the urge to engage in destructive behaviors during everyday life. Examples would include thinking about swerving into the opposite lane while driving, or feeling the urge to jump off a cliff edge while standing on it. Scorpio. The thing is, we know the dark side. We have the dark thoughts. We think about self-destructing. We think about the most intense way that we would self-destruct. We engage in masochistic tendencies at times, you know? These are just parts of being a Scorpio, and we learn to control our power, or to be sovereign over our power, by learning which desires ultimately we should allow to guide us and which ones we, maybe shouldn't. Not every door needs to be opened. The ones labeled hell, for instance, they could stay closed, So the greatest resistance is like your awareness of the beauty and the pain of life, the extremes of each, the inevitability of each, and your pull to both. That's your resistance. And it's a deeply... It's not a circumstantial resistance, it's a deeply innate, built into you resistance that is part of your path in life as a Scorpio. It's like you're being pushed to your limit. And you're going to have to choose fear or love. And I feel like this decision is going to be very defining in your life. So, how to remove this resistance? The Nine of Pentacles, culmination, and the Queen of Wands, vibrancy. Engage in things that make you feel alive in a healthy way. If it feels good, do it. Trust what you feel, but allow yourself to feel some good things for a bit, okay? Allow yourself to remember what it feels like to have the sun on your skin when you're not putting yourself in this position. Just dip your toes in and get a little bit, even if it's like the most minimal amount of comfort, with satisfaction, with fulfillment, with deep joy. Try to soak that up and engage in it and be present with those moments as often as you can, okay? Because I feel like there's a level of hardening that has happened with you here. Yeah, because there's been a phase of isolation, and it's like you're faced with something now where you weren't in your power in this state of isolation. And I think that now something's being offered to you that is pulling you into your power. It's helping you align with your desire in a healthy way again. But in order for that to happen, it's like it's having to soften or reverse this hardening effect that happened to you. And it's very painful and uncomfortable for you, it feels like. It's not easy. It's like completely freezing yourself and then thawing yourself, or someone coming up with a fire and standing near you and turning you on until you melt and you thaw. It's not the most comfortable. But there's lessons that you've learned, and there's good that is meant to be yours. This is the next phase of your life, is one of expansion and abundance and warmth. But you have to allow it. You have to accept it. It can't force itself on you. But you are being faced with a choice, and it is your choice, ultimately. You can deny this. I hope that you don't, though. Because you deserve to be alive and vibrant and loved. And you deserve to be loved for all of the life within you. Even the darkness, even the craziness, even the shadow and the demons, even the imperfect places, the intense places, the messy places, you know, all of these, you deserve to be loved in each and every one of those spaces. And all of that is the life force energy within you. It all serves a purpose. So if it's possible for you to love someone else in you know, wholly, then why are you so sure that it's not possible for someone else to love you that way? Or that if you don't pick this, you're gonna inevitably end up there anyways. Okay? Maybe most of the time, but not always. Not every time. Not every time. And you know enough by now anyways. You've experienced enough of your own darkness to know which desires are healthy and which are not. I think it's just that there is so much fear mixed in with this particular desire that you're struggling to be brave enough to go all in. And you're fixed water. When you're not all in, you're not in at all. It's one or the other. There is no halfway, you know, with you. So you have to pick. And I think up until now, you've been picking fear. You've been claiming it. You've been living in it and perpetuating it, you know? But you don't have to do that. That's not the only way that you can be sovereign over your energy. That's not the correct use of the control and power that you have, you know? Use it for good against yourself, Scorpio, instead of to harm, or instead of to validate and perpetuate pain, when you could just as easily be putting that energetic currency towards the kind of love that you want and the kind of intimacy that you desire, right? But you got to look this desire in the eye, okay? All right. I love you, Scorpio. Even though you made me cry, I still love you. All right. We're moving on to Sagittarius. Lord help me. Oh, God. I'm like, the first card came out and I was like, no. Why? Oh. My God. That was accurate. That resonates. Yeah, me too, Lisa. A little bit. No, I completely am a hopeless romantic. Oh, God. But my Aries, Venus, Gemini, Moon like to get together and be like, no, you're not. You're cool and unattached or detached, and you can just go wherever, whenever. But then, like, my soul and my heart is like, yeah, right, bitch. You wish. But you don't really wish. Anyway. All right. Sagittarius. Bring a little fire up in this place. Come on, Sag. I know I can count on you. Okay. You're Aquarius moon. Yeah. We all have that one placement. I like how Gemini energy is like the lovers, but likes to front, like, I don't care. Then goes home and like cries in the shower. Oh, God. Anyway. Maybe that's all of the air signs, actually. They're all truly softies on the inside. All right. It's just you're so smart that that gets overlooked, you know? Okay. Sag. What's up with Sag? Oh, yeah, for sure. Extremely sensitive. It's like a childlike sensitivity, almost. Let's see. Tell me about Sag. Okay. Okay. All right. What else? Oh no. Let me see where this is going. Okay. Dang. Oh, Sag. Okay. Ooh, nice. Birthday's coming up. Okay. You. Okay. A little bit of aggression. That's okay. Okay, I need to turn the heater back on. It's cold down here. I just gotta say. It's freaking cold. All right. I'm chilly. And then I will timestamp you. And then we're getting into this. Yours looks very straightforward compared to Scorpio. No, Scorpio's was straightforward, just emotional to relate. Let's see. All right, we're gonna need this fan on again because I'm cold. All right. Sagittarius. Hello, Sag. I hope that you guys are doing well. All right, let's take a look at where you're at in regards to love. Cap moon for aqua moon. Okay. I like how there's bartering of astrology placements happening in the chat right now. That's amazing. Okay, so Sagittarius, the love that you are telling me you desire, the kind of love that you're telling me you desire right now is the 9 of Wands. 9 of Wands. Okay, let's clarify this. Not going to make any assumptions. The 4 of Wands in reverse. Well, okay, I'm channeling a song. Oh, what's that song? Let me look it up. It's by Tiesto. I don't remember exactly what it's called, though. I think I'll remember when I see the name of the song. Hold on one second. It's off of an old album. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's by Tiesto, and it's called Knock You Out, this song. So, they say, it's not on here. Hold on. I'll just Google the lyrics. Knock you out. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is definitely part of your message. Okay. It says somebody to rough you up, somebody to make it tough, somebody to beat you, somebody to love. But wait, is it still love you want? Somebody to pamper, somebody to blame it on, somebody to love. But wait. Baby, baby, I want to be true. You gotta knock me out some other way. And I want to be with the sun and the moon. I've been hopeless. I've been out on a limb. I've been hopeless. I've been out on a limb. Okay. Well, it feels like you've experienced up till now. It's like you got love. The idea of love wrapped up in it needing to be hard, or it needing to beat you down, or it needing to, yeah, there's something about it having to be difficult that's coming up here. The energy that you are in is the Knight of Swords. Okay, your energy is the Knight of Swords. Here. But it came out with these oracle cards. So it's the finger and then wish you were here in the jaws of this great white shark. Tell me how you really feel. So, yeah. To say you've had it would be a little bit of an understatement. But the thing is, I think that you're not really admitting the violence that is just below the surface, which isn't really like you, but it's like you're like, gimme more, I'm coming back for seconds. Like, you haven't knocked me out yet. I'm looking for somebody to make it tough. I'm looking for somebody to rough me up, you know? It's like, I think that there's a part of you that doesn't want to admit that someone has hurt you and that they're maybe not the greatest person. I don't know. Tell me about this Knight of Swords. But under the surface, you're very much like, there's some, I feel like, anger that hasn't been directly addressed here, maybe. The Queen of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. I think that on the outside, you're just acting like super confident and fiery and sexy, and you're like, that didn't faze me. You're acting like you're putting absolutely nothing into something. But I think that there is actually quite a bit of energy that is being pushed towards this. But it might just be because you're ruminating over it, or because it is like weighing on you in the background. It's like having many tabs open is, even if you're not looking at those tabs, it's still going to slow down the overall experience that you're having, right, in the browser. So that's kind of the energy that I'm getting here. Okay, so the most prominent block for you, it's coming through as the Six of Cups and the Five of Cups. Okay, the 5 and 6 of Cups. It's like it felt sweet until it didn't, kind of thing. What's up, Truth Wave? Came out with this card, though, that says growth demands a temporary surrender of security. And I feel like it's like you need to let something fully unravel here. And in order to do that, you have to admit the truth of it to yourself. And you don't want to, because it not only hurts you emotionally a little bit or hits like an emotional chord with you or a vulnerable space within you, it also has this way of like, it kind of makes you feel stupid, or like, yeah, you feel stupid. Or like sheepish, but it's deeper than a sheepishness. It's like, you're like, I should have seen that coming. But I think that the security you've created surrounding the situation is by like acting like you know what's up and you always knew what's up and you're actively choosing it, you know? Like, give me more of that. When really, I think you weren't expecting to be in the ring with someone that wasn't in your corner. I think that you got taken off guard by this person. And that's part of why you're so pissed off, but that anger is also coming from a space of hurt, you know? It's like you were taken advantage of here in some sort of way is what this feels like. And you didn't see it coming. And you still don't really want to see it for exactly what it was. But in order to evolve beyond this, like actually, there needs to be a surrender here of security in order to shift, right? And I think you kind of have to let yourself feel this. Because here you're kind of guarded against it, right? You're not really in a vulnerable enough space to feel it. And Spirit is like, you're meant to grow and evolve beyond this, not just fake it till you make it. But then have all this violence and emotion right underneath the surface. You can really get beyond it and it won't drain you and it won't be stealing your power. But in order to do that, you have to surrender this false security that you've created around the situation. Essentially, you have to make yourself vulnerable enough to mourn this and to see the truth of it, because only then can you let it go. And until then, this will continue to be, you'll carry this with you, you know? How to remove this resistance is the 7 of Swords and the 3 of Swords, together equaling the 10 of Swords. Like, it's heavy energy. There was deception and betrayal here, and it culminated in somebody being hurt. You know, and again, it's deception. The 7 of Swords, you didn't see it coming. This person maybe even strategized like something against you, but you just can't wrap your head around like this person that I trusted and maybe even had a bit of a crush on, or gave part of myself to, like an intimate part of myself to, was actually like someone who had like kind of nefarious intentions. It's like you got burned, you got played, you got hurt in some sort of way here for the Sages whose reading this is. And it's really hard for you to look at it directly and admit it, because it wasn't just like any, I don't know, there's something that hit pretty hard about this particular betrayal. Tell me about this removal of resistance here. I feel like it is, though, that you kind of need to see, nothing can change until you see and feel something with clarity. Death in reverse. The 7 of Cups in reverse. You have to see through, you have to allow yourself to see and feel through the confusion of this. Partially the confusion that you are creating within yourself when you really know the truth, because you don't want to know the truth, because the truth sucks, right? This can be transmuted, it can be released, it can be transformed, but only when you face it. And it is going to sting a tiny bit, you know. There is going to be like an emotional release that happens here. Yeah. Is there anything else that Sag needs to know? Your reading was like really straightforward. It's coming through very clear. It's very specific. It's the Seven of Cups in reverse again. The Four of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. There's something you are really committed to holding on to. And it's something that continues to hurt and disappoint you. It's something dishonest. It's something painful. And it's like you're in so deep with it already that you don't want to admit what it really is. But under the surface, you know what it really is. It's not balanced. It doesn't bring harmony into your life. It beats you up. It roughs you up. It makes you think that it has to be tough. But is that love, right? In the song, wait, but is that love? Is it love that I want? Is it? Or is it this? Because the two are different. Okay, so there's something here, someone that maybe, I don't know if you just don't want to see it because it will hurt to see it, and because again you're kind of ashamed, or there's kind of like this embarrassment almost surrounding it. Or if this person has maybe gaslit or confused or manipulated you into believing that what they are offering is love when it's not, you know, I'm not really sure which it is. But I do know that you deserve better. And you don't need to keep on asking for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth servings of something that is making you sick. You know? Like, maybe this energy that is right below the surface is the one that is the wave that you just need to ride. But the thing about this anger, this is kind of aggressive anger, right? If you trace the roots of this down, maybe you should just start by addressing the anger, because that's like what is right below the surface, right? But when you trace the roots of anger down, eventually you get to this. You get to the pain. You get to the wound that is spurring the anger. So maybe that's where you want to start, because it's a little bit easier. It's a little less sensitive, right? Okay. So, yeah, that's what I'm seeing for you. It's pretty clear, but I think that you'll also maybe want to just let that kind of like, I don't know. I think there's something about that you're going to need to sit with, or it's going to need to kind of like sink in for you a little bit. It's like you're going to need to chew on that, or it might take a second for you to digest that, because it feels like it does go kind of deep for you guys. So take the time that you need and honor yourself, okay, as you move through that process. But that's what I'm getting for you. All right, we're going to Capricorn. Okay. Capricorn. See. Okay. does Capricorn need to know about the love? Just let me give that a second to lift off of me, that energy, because it felt really, it felt like a weighted blanket on me, but like not the good kind exactly. Again, it's like it's giving you some sort of security, but it doesn't feel great. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Some goats in this house. Let's see. What's with this? Let's see. What are the blocks for Capricorn? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Clarify, let's see. Just clarify Capricorn's current energy here. Yeah, I will cleanse before I start this reading. Because it just feels a little bit weird. That energy was heavy. Not that it's, I'm not saying it's bad for you at all, Sag. Like, not blaming you or anything, but it was a pretty heavy energy, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Tell me about this block. Spirit's like, no, cleanse now. I'm like, I have one more card to pull. And they're like, cleanse now. Okay. Cleansing now. It's like not much is needed though. Like, look at, it's not even doing much. Not much is needed, but it's just like when you're not doing anything to release yourself, it's a really heavy spot to be in, you know? Let's see. Okay. All right. Capricorn, let's see. Hi, Cap. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's take a look at the love that you are desiring and where you're at surrounding that, okay? Okay, so the desired love that is coming through for you is the Six of Wands in reverse. Okay, so let's clarify this. What's the Six of Wands in reverse? I don't feel like this is the most common. I don't feel like the energy of this is what I would normally say, so I'm going to clarify first. It's falling through. The Two of Swords in reverse. Yeah. Okay. So this is someone that you want the kind of love that's not like trying to fight against you, is what you're telling me. And there are different ways that this love has, or that love has tried to fight against you, so to speak, in the past, I feel like. One way was just by blatantly refusing to move forwards with you at all, and the other way was by blatantly betraying and hurting you, you know? But either way, it's like both hurt, because both you are perceiving as being people not fighting for the connection, but people fighting against the love that you are trying to give. So you want something where there's not a clash of egos. You want something where it feels like you're on the same team with someone and not, you know, secret enemies or something. Or like you don't have to worry about them. I don't know. There's something about them taking you the wrong way. Maybe that's just like them being intimidated by you and feeling like they have to then like compete or something. I'm not sure exactly what that is. It might be different for all of you. There's some element of that where you just feel like that people are not on the same page with you, and sometimes it is due to like a misunderstanding is what I'm feeling. Okay, so the energy that you are in is the Sun in reverse, and then you have this card here which says, if there's any kind of magic in this world, it must be in the attempt of understanding someone, sharing something. So you have the Sun in reverse with that card. Okay. Tell me more about this. Tell me more about Cap's energy. I think I need to turn the heater off. I feel like I'm getting like tired, but it's the kind of tired that happens when you're just in a very warm space. It must have heated up in here and I didn't really notice it. I think I'm gonna turn that off and just put my hoodie on instead. Let's see. Tell me more about the Sun in reverse. Okay. Ugh, no, that's so many. I can't do that. Hold on. Let me turn off the heater. Being like lulled into a very cozy, like sleepy sort of energy here. Okay. Sun in reverse. I feel like you're not seeing the true potential of something, which is that there's massive potential and there is actually like magic. There's something kind of magical and beautiful that is being offered to you, or Yeah, it's either in the form of a specific connection or person, or this is just in your life in general. You're coming into contact with this energy, but it's like you're not completely trusting it. It's someone that you would need to put work into understanding just the way that you wish to be understood. And you would need to put work into sharing with this person. Tell me about the sun in reverse, though, or with this energy. It's kind of like you need to be receptive in order to meet this thing or person in a receptive place. You would need to be mutually receptive and open and invested, and then magic could happen, essentially. Let's see. Gemini. Yeah. What's up, Jamie? The sun. The Hanged Man in reverse. There's some sort of higher perspective that you're not seeing that would allow you to I feel like there's some way you've kind of been beating yourself up and holding yourself down here. But it's a shift in perspective that needs to take place. And I think it has something to do with believing in magic again. Like, believing that there is still good left in the world and that it is worth fighting for. You know what I mean? Because I think that we all, at some point, get to that place where we're like, is there though? You know? And especially, you know, Saturnian ruled, so you have your particular struggles with this kind of thing as well. Okay. So the challenge, the block that's coming through for you is the 5 of Cups in reverse and the 3 of Pentacles in reverse. And it's with this card. Has the check boxes. It says Te Amo Tequila, and the tequila one is what is ticked off. Okay. I think you've experienced like destabilizing love that has hurt you in the past. The kind of love that is like, I'm here to party, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, but is not really like, doesn't really consider you, doesn't really take into consideration what would truly be necessary to build something that actually lasts, like a legacy or a family. Right? I feel like there's some sort of grief that wants to be released, and it's so that you can build something that is available to you, but it's like there needs to be a shift in perspective for you to be able to see and receive it. It is available to you, but I think that because you haven't totally you haven't purged whatever this is, it's emotional, it might be very deep within you, and this still being present within you is in some way it's either sabotaging or blocking you from building, I don't know, healthy connections, I guess. Tell me this 3 of Pentacles in reverse. What is this? Things that last is what's coming through. Things that last. Can you tell me more about that? Strength. I think you just got used to people only offering a certain level of themselves in kind of like an unserious way. You may have dealt a lot with people that don't have that much, like they don't really have that strong of character, you know? They don't really have strong morals. They're very in their ego and they talk a lot, but they don't really believe in anything. You know, they're not really truly convicted about anything that matters. Like, that's kind of what I'm getting a little bit. And you might have lowered your standards, not consciously, but more just out of like well, I'm not going to have high expectations because I'm just going to be disappointed, if I do. But the thing is, the strength of will that it takes you to lower your expectations, to try to be more about just like fun times, I feel like this is you accepting more casual situations than you actually know you deep down desire in some cases, or you accept situations that seem to be they're either not committed or they're very much like clear about only not looking for something long term. There's something about that. But it would take just as much energy to point that strength of will and like in the other direction and convince yourself that love and commitment and something, there is good things out there and they can last if you put the time and effort into building them. Right? What you invest in and take your time building, it lasts. And you as a Capricorn, you know this, but I think in regards to relationships, something like skewed your belief in this specifically. Okay. You felt like you needed to protect yourself so that you wouldn't get disappointed by receiving like less than what you really want, I feel like. So you might have been pretending to want less than what you really do. Okay. How to remove this resistance is the 10 of Wands in reverse and the Hermit. Yeah, there is a heaviness that wants to be released here that you've kind of been carrying, but it's going to require you to go on this little internal journey with yourself. This might be like all the way back to childhood wounding or something like the inner child stuff. It feels like it does go pretty deep. This could even be the way that your parents offered love to you, and then that was kind of, you carried the torch forwards in your romantic relationships, but subconsciously, like you didn't know you were doing this, right? So there could have been a parent that came off as kind of unserious or like only wanted to show you attention when it was a good time, but not when there needed to be actual patience and grace and love and understanding on a deeper level. You know what I mean? So maybe you just came to accept the lack of those things as love, but I feel like that's been quite heavy on you if that's the case. And there's sort of this internal journey that you're being asked to take, to shine a light on the places that you have that were neglected then and that you have neglected. Let's see. Can you tell me more about that Hermit energy? Let me see. The 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, for some of you, this does go back to like your family unit. It's interesting though. It's almost like love not being love not having like a true responsibility that there is to bear attached to it, which there is. It doesn't need to be heavy, but to love, there is that responsibility of like, I am going to take you into consideration. You're going to take me into consideration. We're not going to do things that to hurt each other, like there is a level of responsibility, right? So tell me more about this. All right. That's the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Give me 1 second, okay? Okay. I want to know what else I need to clarify here because okay, I feel like it's this 5 of Cups in reverse. I'm like, there's something here that wants to be clarified more, but I can't really put my finger on it. I'm going to clear the rest of the cards so that I can focus on this energy here. The 5 of Cups in reverse. What is this? Did someone project the pain of their experience of love onto you when you were young? And it was kind of like, love is pain, so keep it light, you know? Don't give too much. Don't commit too much. Keep it light, you know? It's kind of coming through that way. So then you didn't give as much as you fully know yourself is capable to give and want to give, but you also didn't require as much as you really desired back from other people too. There's 2 more cards that want to come through, and then I'm going to let you go. But it's almost like the pain that you need to release isn't even yours. Like the pain that you're holding towards love, it feels like isn't even yours. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like foreign inside of me. It's like I'm in your energy, and this energy that wants to be released from you is foreign in you. It's like inception of the energy. That's what it feels like. I don't know how to explain it without being like really weird and spiritual. But 2 more cards. The Spirit will help me. The 6 of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune. Ooh. Oh. I feel like this might be past life. Look, it's you. This is how the cards are laid out on the table. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to try to hold this up so that you can see. I don't know if I'll be able to accurately do this, but it's like this. It's like a pyramid going down, okay? This is the top line. 5 of Cups in reverse, Hierophant in reverse, 6 of Pentacles in reverse. It's like that trickled down to this. 6 of Cups, Wheel of Fortune in reverse, and then there's the Devil in reverse, your energy that's at the root of it all. This is something you're ready to liberate yourself from, and I feel like it happened maybe in a past life or when you were really young. One or the other. But regardless, it there is a belief formed in you about what love is and what love isn't, and how much you should invest in or truly give of yourself to it, how much is practical or intelligent to give of yourself to it. But it's not really what you feel. It's not really what you feel and believe, I don't think, in reality. And I feel like it's either not yours, it's something that was kind of told to you as a child that you kind of took in, or when you were young, something happened that ingrained this kind of belief into you, or it's from a past life karma that you've carried over that you are ready to turn the wheel and release yourself from. Okay. So remember that Hermit card that came out that was like, you're going to need to do a little bit of an internal journey. Some of you, if it resonates with you, you might want to ask about like past life stuff when you meditate and see if something comes up for you, or ask to be assisted maybe in releasing something heavy that has been like weighing on your soul for a while, you know? Okay. All right. I love you, Capricorn. I'm going to let you go there. But yeah, because I feel like I can't pull any more information about that through, and I feel like it's not really my duty to do that. That's something that feels like you need to kind of be intimate with yourself and explore that a little bit. I feel like that's as far as I'm kind of supposed to go, if that makes sense. So I hope that was helpful to you, though. I love you so much. And we're going to move on to Aqua now. Okay. Aquarius. Let's see what's happening for Aquarius. Okay, what does Aqua need to know surrounding the love that they are desiring, the energy they're in relation to that love, resistance and blocks between themselves and it, and how they can dissolve those blocks? Of love that Aqua is desiring. Okay. Aqua. What your Aqua Venus has to say. Let's see. Prominent block between Aquarius and love. Oh God, Aquarius. Yeah, let's see. All right. I'm gonna get you an oracle card here. I almost forgot. Okay. Tell me more about these blocks in love for Aquarius. Okay. Where did it go? Ah, there you are. What's this? Oh my, Aquarius. Here you go. Okay. So, I feel this. Oh gosh, Aquarius. How come the fixed signs always get called out so hard, though? What did we do to ask for this? I know what we did. Hi, Aqua. I hope you're doing well. All right. Let's take a look and see what your feelings are towards this crazy little thing called love. The train is going by. It's honking right now. Honking, is that what you say when a train goes by? It's blowing its horn. I don't know what you say, but yes. So you're telling me that the love that you are desiring right now is the 10 of Pentacles. Well, we love to see it. It's stable, it's solid, it's lasting, it's something you can stand on, it's something that supports you back. And I was channeling that song by Tiesto that's called Both, and he says, don't tell me that it's love or money, I want both. Ain't no way that you can take one from me, I want both. So this is reminding me of that. Love and money, I want both. You're like, I'm not gonna settle. I want success, but I also want someone that I can like take over the world with. Do you know what I mean? I want success in love, like I want someone's heart, but I also want someone that I can take over the world with, is kind of what I'm trying to say here. No scrubs. You're not looking for just one or the other in a potential partner either. Essentially, you're telling me your standards are quite high, and that's good. That's awesome, honestly. So your current energy is the Four of Wands and the Hermit. This is Virgo energy. You also have Pisces on the table, which is interesting. Those are the only two major arcana cards, and they're on the same axis. They're sister signs. So you might have strong Virgo and Pisces, or maybe something about that is relevant. The Four of Wands and the Hermit. You've been committed to trying to find it on your own. You haven't been necessarily super committed to seeking out new opportunities in love. You've been more focused on trying to give it to yourself, I think. You maybe have been on like a very deep self-love journey where you purposefully were not making romantic relationships your absolute number one priority because you were like, I need to learn how to love myself first, or I need to know that I can be alone first so that I know maybe like why I'm really choosing love when I do choose it. I know that I'm not going to choose it out of the need for validation or a lack or a scarcity within myself. I'll know that whatever I'm approaching it wholly myself, and therefore whatever I'm choosing completely. And I think that that is beautiful. I wish that everybody did this because it's beautiful. And this is how people prepare to truly be in this kind of love. So you're showing me you're doing the prerequisite work. We love to fucking see it, okay? So essentially you're like, I don't want no house of cards. I'm going to learn how to be on my own. I'm going to journey through myself so that I know that when I'm building a foundation, it's something that is going to be able to hold everything that I want to put in it and everything that I want to build on it, right? Which is a lot. It's a lot. You want this foundation to be able to hold the love and the abundance that is outside of just emotional abundance as well. Okay. We're going to take over the world, Pinky. Exactly. Zeph. Okay, so the oracle cards that came out to clarify, the Anarchist, and then this one that says, do you live the days you go through? Do you live the days you go through? So this is very noble, right? But I think Spirit is kind of lovingly and gently trying to say, you've accomplished what you needed to accomplish. You've been in this hermit state long enough, and now it's kind of important that you don't get stuck there or too comfortable being by yourself. Because it's great that you're able to be by yourself, but you're not meant to be by yourself. So it's good that you accomplished this, but you have accomplished this, and it's kind of like now the quest is over. You know, you went deep within, you found self-love, you determined and outlined very clearly what kind of love you are seeking as well. But now the longer that you stay in this energy, it's like you're missing something now. There's more life that you're meant to be living, and I feel like it's the inclusion of an external love in your life, okay? And I feel like you might be starting to feel this as well, because this is your energy. So it's like you might be starting to feel like something's missing a little bit. And even if you're not... It's not that something is missing from you. It's just that you might feel that something is meant to be in your life right now that is not, right? So it's not that you're not whole and complete, because again, you've done that work, but it's more that you feel like there's something more that you're meant to experience now. The most prominent block or resistance between yourself and love, you have the Two of Wands, the Six of Wands in reverse. And then this quite intense card, which has a bunch of Three of Swords all over it. Not just one Three of Swords, but many of them. Okay. You're telling me, Lisa, I took this time on my own for more than just the simple reason that I just had a hankering to know myself better. I was also driven there by despair and pain. So, yes, understandable. There are more than one side to this coin here. You had more than one reasons, and you had more motivation than just self-discovery that drove you to this hermit energy. You didn't want any more pain. because you've experienced your fair share of it. And I think you got to the point where you were like, if this is another lesson, I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna take myself out the game, because honestly, can't do it. I can't do it. And so I think you were kind of driven into yourself to better determine, like, first of all, to put yourself as the number one priority in your life, so that you knew that you could never really be hurt the same way again. But then also to let go of some of the pain and work through it. It's almost like licking your wounds a little bit in privacy or by yourself, is what I'm picking up. Okay. But Spirit is saying, so the Two of Wands, the Six of Wands in reverse. I feel like a hair, a cat hair just like landed in my eyelashes. I'm like, where did you come from and why? Okay. Something about you're standing at a crossroads and you're like, let me roll the dice. Okay. It's almost like you're not even supposed to have the belief or the expectation that something will not succeed. And that might be difficult for you because there is two sides to every coin, right? But it's like you're not supposed to consider the something failing here, something not being successful. Because what you're aiming for is so big, it's like you kind of have to, your theory of where it came from. Yeah, I know, but she's over there not moving, so I don't know why it just randomly flew in my face now. It's like you're not, I feel like what you're seeing right now is you're like, I'm standing at a crossroads, and as I pick a path, I'm rolling the dice. It's still a risk. You know what I mean? Jamie, I am creating them right now, and I'm going to be releasing one for each of the seasons in the new zodiac new year. So we'll start in Aries season in the spring. But yeah, I do not have one as of now, but I will create them, or I am creating them. But yeah, you're still seeing this as being like a risk, or like you're rolling the dice, like it's a gamble. But Spirit is basically saying you're only seeing it that way because you've experienced so much pain in the past. And you're different now. And so you're not going to attract the same things to you because you're not in the same energy. You would literally have to like undo the work that you've done in order to attract the same things that you attracted in the past, is kind of what they're saying. So the Moon, the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Wands came out as how to remove this resistance or block. Tell me about the Moon. I feel like for you, this is about not being afraid or intimidated of the unknown. And I think that that's like one of the very few things that actually has the power to intimidate an Aquarius. Because you're like, the more you know, the better. Like, knowledge is power, and I know all of the things to know, right? Fixed air. And so it's like the only thing sometimes I think that really does scare or intimidate you is the unknown, the unknowable, right? It's like you could look at this forever and you would still not have all the answers, because it signifies the shadow, the subconscious, the depths of self that are only partially illuminated. So there needs to be an acceptance of that and not fearing it. But there also is meant to be a balancing here, because the Knight of Swords, right, having all the answers and being guided by, like, it's like you take action when you have the pieces that fall into place, and then you have the full picture, you have the answer, and then you move forwards. But you're being asked to balance that, which is your nature, out with the Knight of Wands, which is what? It is this energy that is not seeing the roll of the dice as a risk, but they're more seeing it as like what it is to truly live life. something can be seen as a risk when it's viewed through the lens of fear, but it can be seen as like an exciting chance. Like, who knows what's going to happen? We can choose to leap into the unknown from a place of fear, or we can choose to leap into the unknown from a place of anticipation and excitement and curiosity, right? The unknown is going to happen either way because no one knows everything. And at certain points in our life, we are thrust into those phases where we're kind of stumbling through the dark a little bit, right? We don't have every piece of evidence that we would feel comfortable moving forwards with. But this is about trusting your spirit just as much as your mind, because it is just as strong. So it's kind of like approaching the darkness or the unknown and taking your head with you, because it's so valuable the way that you think and process, right? But I think the main point here is not allowing the pain of your past to color the way that you're seeing your present, and specifically the way that you view the unknown as a risk. Or a gamble, in the sense that there's something you could lose. Like when you're seeing it from the lens of anticipation, excitement, and curiosity, no matter what comes at you, it's teaching you something that you didn't see before. So nothing is being lost, right? When you view it from that perspective, it's a lot more like life-giving and energizing, whereas the fear kind of zaps your energy and keeps you stagnant and feeling like something is missing. Okay? So that's what I'm seeing for you. It's a shift in perspective, but that's like, you're fixed air. So that might take you a little tiny bit to process through. But I'm seeing that you're already doing the prerequisite work, and spirit is just like, now it's time to move. And you're like, I'm not ready to move yet. I'm fixed. But you're ready. You've done the prerequisite course. You passed the final exam. You're allowed to move on, okay? And moving on is not scary, because what is awaiting you is the culmination of all of the work that you have done and all the insight that you have gained. And it's going to be beautiful. So expect beautiful, okay? All right, we're moving on to Pisces. Pisces. My final little fishy fam babes. Luna. She's squawking and rolling around a little bit over here. Okay. What's up, Teddy? Yes, you are. Just in time. All right. What does Pisces need to know about love, where they are at, what kind of love they're desiring, how they might be getting in their own way, how they can dissolve that resistance? What does Pisces need to know? The fishies, my extremely patient fishies. All right. Let's see. Tell me about Pisces. I feel like there's a powerful transformation that I am going through currently. And I don't know how to explain it in the way that doesn't sound fucking insane, to be honest. Good night, bestie. Have a good sleep. But it's really intense, and when I have more insight into it, I will share with you. But it's like an intensified sensitivity of my gifts, and I was already sensitive. Okay, so I'm like, can I handle this? It's a lot. Okay. Yes, message me on Discord. Okay. Let's see. The best way I can explain it is that it's more than just like heightened sight and feeling. It's like everything that I see and feel has like a ripple effect of like creating like a revolution within me personally. So everything, even if the energy feels impersonal, it like ripples through me in such an intense way that it changes me on a fundamental level, and it's really intense. That's the best way that I can explain it, and I feel like it sounds crazy, but I don't really have a full like clear perspective on it yet, since it's kind of happening currently. It's like allowing myself to be moved by the energy in a new way, which means I can resonate with you guys and other energies to a deeper degree, but it also is like really intense for me. I haven't like really gotten used to it yet, so thank you for bearing with me. Because it is a lot. It's not bad, but it's a lot. So yeah, let's see. More for Pisces. Okay. Okay. Pisces. Let me see. I have I have 3 super chat questions. And yours is the third, but I'll do yours first because Haley's not here anymore and she won't mind. So yeah, I'll do yours right after Pisces. I'll do yours right after Pisces. Okay. Let's see. Tell me more. Tell me about this resistance for Pisces. Okay. Whoa. It's intense. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Pisces. Good Lord. Clarify Pisces energy for me here. Okay. Okay. And then the resistance. Okay. Let me see. Hi, Pisces. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at love for you, all right? Okay, so you're telling me that the desired love that you're looking for is the Queen of Wands, and your current energy is the Queen of Swords. So while these are both masculine energies, they're still a little bit different. And I'm noticing the colors on these, like the purple and the red. This is reminding me of the root chakra, and this is reminding me of the crown chakra. So there's a lot of distance between the two, right? Not that one's good and one's bad, but there's a lot of distance between the two. So they're kind of in different energies in different spaces, but obviously we contain both within us. It's just kind of desire coming from different places within you, I think. And the Queen of Swords, your energy is clarified by this card here. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about this Queen of Wands. What I see is that you're looking for something that feels passionate. You want something that makes you feel alive. And you could have gone through a phase somewhat recently where you kind of felt like the life was drained out of you a little bit. But this is almost coming through as like, you want, like, come on, baby, light my fire, you know? Because you are in more of this place and you're like, death to monotony, you know, like, I'll do anything to feel that life. Tell me more about this Queen of Wands. You're in a feminine energy with the Queen, but also the Wands, with the Queens, sorry, but also the Wands and the Sword suit are masculine. So you could be in your feminine energy and you're looking for something to temper or balance out your feminine energy. So you are kind of desiring like a divine masculine sort of energy to come in, is what this is kind of looking like. But you really want something that is balanced, where you are balanced and so is the other person in your feminine and masculine. So what you're really telling me you want is something that can show up in a space of love, like deep, vulnerable, intimate emotion, and also sensuality, like in the body, but also has that drive and the intellect. Essentially, you're like, I want it all, right? And you should have it all. And it's because you want to build, it's like, you know that you have all these energies within you. Like I said, you contain the whole range. You could have gone through like a Kundalini awakening recently as well, because the energy rising from the base to the crown chakra is very much making me think of that. And so you would feel more, and even this card is making me think of that, like a snake going up. So you might be feeling more tempered and balanced within yourself energetically and more whole energetically than you have in a long time, or more aware of all of the parts of you, so to speak. But you're looking for someone who can meet you there, who can show up in their power, in all of the energies and archetypes that they contain within them. But yeah, you want to be excited. You don't want something boring. You don't want something like what you've experienced before. I feel like you would rather just be alone than experience what you've already experienced. Tell me more. Well, okay. The Knight of Swords. You're seeing pretty clearly through bullshit right now, because you don't want to be disappointed, and because you are so balanced, it's like you feel when the balance gets thrown off by something that is heavier than it should be. You know what I mean? So it's telling me that, like, the Queen of Swords, the Knight of Swords, discernment on point, for real. And you're looking at whatever you're looking at, and you're like, I don't want to be disappointed. I've already been disappointed. You can check that off the bingo card, you know? And it's like, what I want is, I want something uncomplicated. I want something straightforward. I want something that is not full of strife and conflict and draining my life force energy. You know? And intuitively, you know what is meant for you and what is not, okay? Because you are in your power. So intuitively, you know that when something is not meant for you, it feels like you have to force it. It feels like you have to try really hard. When something is for you, it naturally overflows into you. Okay? And you to it. All right. So the greatest resistance to love for you right now is coming through as the Devil and the Three of Cups in reverse. Okay. We're going to need to look at this a little bit. We're going to need to just dig into this a little bit. It's clarified by, okay, so we've got the Devil and the Three of Cups in reverse. And then it's clarified by these two oracle cards. So the top one is Tame Impala lyrics, right? They say people never change, but that's bullshit. And then here you have you with your mind full of somebody else that you're pointing your attention at. They say people never change, but that's bullshit. And you're solely focused on one other person at this time, I feel like. It's like you're trying to determine, though, if something can change. I don't know. You might be engaged in something toxic here that is not coming together easily. It's like, see, here's how the natural flow should be, right? It's like the Ace of Cups, self-love, overflows into both people's cups. And then it never feels like they're being drained. It never feels like there's a strain because both are filling their own cups. They don't need to toxically, like, codependently lean on one another to fill their cups. Right? I don't know, though, because there's no space left in this mind for you because all of it is pointed at something else or someone else. And it's because you're trying to determine if, well, tell me more about this. They say people never change, but that's bullshit. You could also be very drawn to someone, but you don't trust yourself because in the past you have chosen toxic things that, you know, did cause conflict. But the thing is, it's like you don't trust your desire because you're like, is it just because I'm bored that I'm so infatuated? Or is it because I'm genuinely seeing clearly? Tell me more about the Devil. Let's see. The Five of Pentacles in reverse. And the Three of Cups in reverse. The Knight of Cups. 10 of Cups in reverse. 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Excuse me. 8 of Wands. 9 of Swords. 2 of Cups in reverse. Okay. I feel like you're overcomplicating something. Okay. You're trying to come in from out of the cold, right? You're like, I don't want what I've experienced in the past. Trying to come in. The thing is, I feel like what you're choosing to like come in out of the cold with might be like, might be more of the same, but I don't really know how you're missing this if that's the case. Unless this Devil energy is within you and you're projecting it onto, you're so like focused on, I have to come in from out of the cold. I have to experience something other than what I've experienced before. I can't repeat the past, right? You're so focused on not repeating the past that you are dragging the same feelings and fears into your present moment, is kind of what this feels like. And it's really confusing you because you're not sure if the doubt and like the it feels like anxiety. It's like you're triggering yourself, is what this feels like. It's interesting. It's almost like you're looking for proof that something is the devil. And you're kind of focusing very much on this person or this, whatever, the object of your affection, I want to say. But you're focusing on them in a certain light. And it's not because of the truth of them. It's because of the cycle that you yourself are breaking out of internally as you bring more temperance into yourself. And temperance is like angelic energy, right? So I feel like this is like, there's some demons that you're casting out of yourself, symbolically speaking. But it's almost like you're forgetting one of the lessons that you learned here as you tempered your energy. You might be focusing on, okay, well, I looked for toxic traits in this situation. Therefore, I found the toxic traits in the situation. Therefore, I have to just say people never change, right? But you're continuing to look in depth at this person because I think you actually know that that is bullshit and that what you're experiencing is not more of the same, if that makes sense. Because it's like the resistance is not cooperating or making it more difficult. It's like not letting this love flow. Because what you're actually dealing with is the Knight of Cups. But also what you need to bring to the table if you want something to flow is also the Knight of Cups. And the thing about the Knight of Cups is he wears his heart wide open on his sleeve. That's the only way that this love can just naturally flow and pour out of the cups and spill onto those around them that also want to experience it. But it's like you're like saying you want it, but you're not really facing the direction that is showing that you're kind of sabotaging the very thing that you say you want. But I don't think that you see that you're doing this because it feels like you are in like a consistent triggered state. So you could be triggered by something that came into your life and really took your attention. Because it's what you asked for, but it's not what you've previously experienced. And so it's like you don't really know how to translate it, you know, or if you can believe it, because it's like you're seeing something that you've never seen before. It's like if you were walking through the forest and you saw a unicorn, right? You would be like, am I fucking crazy? Like, let me pinch myself, right? So you are looking at something and you don't seem to be able to decipher whether it is the lovers or the devil. And the thing about the lovers and the devil is that they're two sides of the same coin. And the only way that you can determine which it is how both people are showing up in the connection, because that is what creates the overall energy. If two people who have the lovers connection show up in a toxic or imbalanced way, then you get the devil, right? But if they both show up in a tempered, balanced, and confident way, where they are self-assured and balanced within themselves, right? Then that's when this can flow effortlessly between them, and it's the lovers connection. So you have to know which one is which. And I feel like there's something you're experiencing that is making it hard for you to know. So your advice to resolve this block is the 7 of Cups in reverse and the 4 of Swords in reverse. There's an emotional truth that you need to see, and it is the source of this anxiety. Some sort of emotional truth is the source of this anxiety. And it's like you are maybe you're stuck in a fantasy, or maybe you are confusing yourself because, again, you're looking for things in someone that are not naturally at the forefront. But if you look for these things, again, you're going to find them. If you project an energy into a connection, you're going to create that energy in the connection, right? Especially you, because you're so strong energetically. So it's like what you fantasize about, whether it's the lover's connection or the devil, right? You're going to manifest that powerfully. So there could be a connection that you haven't been able to trust yourself. It's like you're not remembering that you're in this tempered space now. You see and feel more clearly than you ever have, so you can trust what you see and feel. But I feel like your focus, as much as it has been pouring into one person, and I do feel like you're very loyal and committed to a certain connection, it's like you are anticipating the same old, and so that's what you're looking for. Even though the energy that you are in has manifested something that is not the norm. It's not what you've experienced before. Okay? And I think that you'll know this when you tap out of your fear and really ground yourself and tune into what you actually feel in your heart and intuition, because you will be validated by that. Whatever truth you find there is going to put you at ease, and then you'll know for sure what this is. But I think you already do know. It's just maybe you're scared. It's like the devil you know versus the devil you don't, right? As much as you don't want this, and you're very determined that you don't want this, you're also not quite yet used to this state. And these two states are night and day, babe. Night and day. This is balance and harmony and being unified and integrated within yourself. And this is being in a state of chaos, conflict, frustration, and, tension within yourself. Being at odds with yourself. So these are very different spaces to be in. So remember the work that you've done. Remember how far you've come. Sounds like I'm rhyming. Remember that people can change, and then take a very clear look, you included, by the way, and then take a very clear look at what you're looking at, but with no predetermined, don't filter what you're looking at through any sort of judgmental lens or expectation. That's going to be the biggest challenge, okay? Because I feel like what's standing in front of you is showing you very clearly the truth of what it is, but you're not going to see that until you are able to remove the fear. The fear is influencing you here. Okay? That's what I'm seeing for you, Pisces. All right. I love you so much. You've come a very long ways, so just remember how far you've come, okay? Because I know when you get triggered, it's very easy to get sucked back into an old space. And I feel like you're being tested right now because you're closing out an old cycle. And you've started calling in what you truly do desire and deserve, but you have to be able to recognize it when it shows up and not just immediately get triggered and scared and assume that it's just more of what you've already experienced, because more or less things are the way you treat them. Things will be the way that you treat them. Like if you treat a person like a shithead who has no inherent value, and is just a failure, if you treat them that way long enough, eventually, most likely, that person's gonna get to a place where they snap and they're like, well, if you already see me that way, then let me be the fucking villain in your story, because we get to a place where we get frustrated, or people project enough of something onto us that we, even if we don't want to, we take it in. You know what I mean? Oh, what's up, Haley? I thought you weren't here anymore. So just be careful of what you're doing. We can project the worst onto people. We can see the worst in them, and we can project and expect the worst from them, or we can expect and project the best onto them. And that is going to have a bigger influence on how those people actually are able to show up than you could ever even know. Energy affects energy. And you are so strong energetically. Again, just don't take that for granted. Don't take for granted the impact and the effect that you have on people, okay? I love you. Mwah. All right, moving on to super chats now. So, thank you so much for joining me. I love you guys. I appreciate you. If you enjoy the content, then give it a thumbs up. If you did not love it so much, give it a thumbs down. I appreciate your feedback either way, and I appreciate you. All right, we're moving on. So, I'm gonna do IM's question first because she's in a hurry to get out of here. I don't know if she's even still here, but we're just gonna do this. How can my relationship with G be healed? He's guarded and distant. This started because I've been so triggered by him with my abandonment issues. So I've been a bit much. I think he has a bad taste of me. Okay. Let me see. How can this relationship be healed, Spirit? Let me timestamp you here first. Okay. Let me see. How can this relationship be healed? How can this relationship be healed? You were no contact. You texted him. He answered. Okay. Okay, let me see. How can this situation be healed, Spirit? Let me see. Oh, okay. The Ace of Cups, rebirth. The Ace of Swords, new ideas. You got two new aces here. The slate needs to be wiped completely clean. There needs to be a complete purging and dropping of past energy, in the sense that you cannot contemplate on the disappointment of the past. You have to starve the energetic cord that you have to the past version of this relationship. You literally have to go through a rebirth together. And you have to think about each other and the relationship from a completely new, fresh perspective, a more uplifting and divine and optimistic perspective. So you can't move forwards with the same doubts and fears as you have had, because they will poison. They will just recreate like a reoccurring cycle of what has happened in the past between you, is what I'm feeling. Okay. The Empress, receive. The Hierophant, unlearn, and the Four of Cups, contemplation. Yeah, this is really clear. There's something about the two of you focusing on being in your state of independent and individual power as well. Because this connection is here between the two of you. Okay, there's the Two of Cups, but it's in reverse with partnership. But then it's in between the Empress, receive, and the Emperor, which says take up space. You are learning how to receive the kind of love that you deserve and desire from this person specifically. And they are learning a lesson about standing in their power and truly taking up space. But both of you, this will only work if both of you show up in your power. And there's things that you need to unlearn. And I feel like this goes for both of you. It's like a built-in way, a traditional way of looking at and feeling this, or feeling towards this. And I feel like you're used to feeling disappointed. You're used to looking and contemplating at the things that didn't work out. And it's almost like you've become committed to that narrative in your mind. So as much as you want things to change, you kind of have been perpetuating this narrative that they can't, right? But that's not true. They can change. But you have to focus first of all, I feel like there's a balancing that needs to happen, right? By focusing less completely on the partnership and balancing that out. So giving at least as much time as you give to the partnership to yourself, and stabilizing and integrating this new energy so that you can receive this love if it's meant to come through. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm seeing. There's also a place where you default to a state of like emotional erraticism or immaturity because it's what you know. It's like the response or reaction that you know. So this could be the way that you react when you're triggered, right? That will not bring abundance and it won't bring balance. Okay? But I feel like, oh yeah, look at this. There's the potential for this to be balanced and to be solid and stable and something that lasts and something that you can build together. But those are the things that you kind of have to focus on and work through in order for this potential to manifest, okay? That's what I'm seeing. I do think that karmically this could very much be for you, but there is like a level of work and individual lessons that the two of you need to learn, as well as an openness to the complete clean slate, again, emotionally and in the way that you are looking at and perceiving the situation, okay? And that includes the way that you're looking at and perceiving the way that you have acted in the past. It's like you need to also forgive yourself for the way that you've acted in the past. You can't carry forward guilt and shame and beat yourself up over the way you have been. You kind of have to rise with the new day and be like, the now is all that we have. We're starting fresh. I'm not carrying that forward, okay? I feel like you can do it. You can do it. It's going to require some self-love, though, and a lot of honesty with self as well. And a lot of grace offered to both yourself and this other person. But I feel like you can do it. All right. I'm moving on to Haley. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you. I am. All right, Haley. Let's see. Hales. What do you need to know right now to stay on your path towards true love? Let's see. And then when will romantic love enter your life again? Let me timestamp ya. Okay. All right. Let's see. What do you need to know? What does Haley need to know right now in order to stay on the path or the trajectory towards the love that she is seeking? And then what will be a signifier that this love is entering her life as well? Because tarot doesn't really give specific timelines, because energy is always subject to change, right? And people's free will is always subject to change. But I'll look into like what would be a signifier that it is close by or that it's coming towards you, okay? So what does she need to know to stay in alignment with this path forwards? Four of Wands in reverse, homecoming. Okay. Three of Pentacles in reverse, collaboration. Okay. It's giving final nail in the coffin vibes. Yeah. The Page of Wands in reverse, exploration. Okay. There's something here, something, I think we both know what this thing is by now, but the past is not meant for you. Nothing that you have had or experienced partially or fully in the past is what is for you. What is for you is going to be something and someone that you have never experienced before. Okay, so you're meant to know that for sure. And it's like Spirit is being really clear. So Spirit is like, there will be no homecoming. There will be no collaboration. There will be no further exploration. Period, point blank. It's like, as much as you invest into this thing, there will be no achievement ever had there because it's got its defenses up against you. So you could pour into it, but it's like it's just hitting a shield. So anything you send, even like lovingly towards this, it's just bouncing off a shield. Okay? So basically, the only thing you need to know to stay on track is that the past is not in your future. So just keep on integrating that truth and handling kind of the waves of your reaction to that truth as they hit you, because it's going to be something that you're processing in waves. Okay. Hold on, I gotta go back to the live chat so that I can actually see if you're talking to me. So it's kind of like giving final nail in the coffin energy here, but it's like, it's about really integrating this truth. Okay. Yeah, there's something that needs to be felt fully, and it's like, as long as this curiosity is still, it's like there's still a chance, even if it's just like a 1% openness to something, then you can't be all in to what is actually for you. So when the love that you deserve comes into your life is basically completely contingent on how quickly you close down what is left of your like hope or curiosity towards something else that just needs to be laid to rest, basically. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. What is a signifier that Haley will see, or an energy that she will feel strongly when she's close to being done with this release and calling in this true love? What is an energy she will feel prominently, or a sign that she will see? The Ace of Swords, new ideas. The Nine of Swords, anxiety. Ugh. Okay. The Six of Wands, victory. Okay, Spirit. This is what I was talking to you about the other day, actually. Validation. Yeah, this is what we were talking about the other day. You know how when I said that prepare yourself to be triggered by the real thing, like someone who actually sees you, somewhere where there is balance that is present, like when you're only used to experiencing things that are not what you want, right? You think that you're so ready for what you truly do want to come in, but then when it does, you would be surprised by the amount of triggered that you get, speaking from personal experience. And it's because it's not that you don't want victory, balance, and something new and fresh, but it's like when you're so used to not receiving something balanced and not being truly seen and perceived correctly, Spirit is basically saying, this will be so different. It will be so revolutionary in the way it makes you feel that it might actually stress you out a little bit. So, but it won't stress you out because it's more of the same old, same old. It will stress you out because it's actually victory and success. So prepare for triggers, but of the more positive variety, you know. But yeah, you'll know because it won't stress you out. You won't be stressed out over the same thing. You won't be stressed out over not feeling seen. You'll be like kind of anxious because you feel like someone sees right to the core of you, you know? You won't be anxious because there's this perceivable imbalance that is felt. You might feel a little bit thrown off because things feel too calm, like a little too unified, a little too smooth. And you might start being like, when's the other shoe gonna drop? Or like, when is this too good to be true? That's essentially what I'm seeing. So it's gonna be something that, but it's not going to feel like the way that you've been anxious or triggered in the past. It's going to feel like you are being challenged to accept something that you've never experienced before and to trust that it is real and that you are worthy of it and ready to accept it. That's what I'm seeing. Okay? I love you. I love you guys all. I hope that you're doing well. I'm gonna let you go now, but I will see you again soon. In fact, I'll see you again on Wednesday because that is the next All Signs, and it's gonna be a deep dive into you and them, your person. So join me for that. It is Wednesday afternoon. You're welcome, I am. And yeah, we'll look into the connection between you and somebody else, and we'll see what's going on. We'll get a deep dive. We'll get both sides of the story and get a good look and insight into the energies, and hopefully that will be helpful for connections that you guys are engaging with currently. Okay, but until then, my sweets, I'm sending you so much love. I am so eternally grateful for your existence, and I hope that you know how fucking incredible and amazing you are and how worthy you are of love. And I hope that you know that to the degree that you're not afraid to face these challenges, these triggers, and these blocks, because you are capable of dissolving these blocks. You are capable of removing this resistance, and you are capable of receiving and embracing and thriving within the kind of love that maybe you've never experienced, but you've always dreamed of. I promise that you are, and I promise that it does exist. And that if you courageously look at the resistance within yourself and remove it, you will see the love that you dream of come to you. Okay? Mwah. Until Wednesday, or just next time we see each other, I will talk to you again soon. Goodbye, my loves.